Rasulillahi sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and a very good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the second day of the 15th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance, ICIEF, brought to you by the International Islamic University of Malaysia, IIUM, and co-organized by the Ministry of Finance and the International Association for Islamic Economics, IAIE. Now, for those of you who were not here yesterday or missed out part of yesterday, let us do a quick recap. We had a delightful opening ceremony and a premier address, and the event was officiated by none other than the Prime Minister of Malaysia, Yang Amat Berhormat Dato Sri Anwar bin Ibrahim. Then we had our first plenary session, and two plenary sessions actually, that featured notable scholars such as Prof. Jomo, Tan Sri Dato Dr. Daud Bakar, Tan Sri Azman, and many more. And then we broke into 5 panel sessions that happened here and in the hall upstairs. And there will be more sessions, panel sessions happening today and tomorrow as well. Now, for the second day, ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome. Please take your seats. We will kick off with the second session of the plenary hall, the plenary session called Realizing a Sustainable Humane Economy. Now, this session attempts to rationalize the extent of which alternative constructs in economics provide transformative solutions. To take us through this session, please welcome our panelists. First is Professor Dr. Tarula Khan, the professor at ICIEF University, Dr. Suraya Ismail, the Director of Research at Khazanah Research Institute, Malaysia, Dr. Muhammad Afzan Nisam Abdul Rashid, the Head of Economics at Bank Muamalat, Malaysia, and Professor Dr. Mehmet Aute, the Director of the Durham Center for Islamic Economics and Finance, ICIEF from the UK, as well as Dr. Tatiana Didier, the Senior Economist, Finance, Competition and Innovation at the World Bank. And the moderator for today is Associate Professor Dr. Hasanuddin Muhammad Tastakar from the Kulliyyah of Economics and Management Sciences, and as well as the Deputy Director of the Office of Knowledge for Change and Advancement at the International Islamic University of Malaysia. With that, I would like to call upon the panelists and the moderator on stage. Please. Welcome, esteemed ladies and gentlemen. So with that, Prof. Hasanuddin, over to you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and salam madani to all audience and also to the distinguished speakers. Okay, so this plenary section is actually a continuation from yesterday plenary section 1. And today, we have quite prominent speakers here, Prof. Tarikula, Dr. Suraya, Dr. Tatiana, Prof. Mehmet, and also Dr. Nisam. Yeah? Okay, so for today, let me just recall back the premier address made by our PM yesterday, that to build the good economic systems, we need to follow certain philosophy and strategy as well. And our PM address 5 important elements. Number 1 is good governance, zero tolerance for corruptions, high ethical, moral standards, and public accountability. With this context, today our plenary sections will more cover about the economic system. The engine of value creation is central to fostering a human and meaningful existence. Yet, it evidences that this system benefits some while leaving many behind. So this disparity has sparked the rise of alternative economic models like the circular economics as well as socially responsible investing, which have been warmly embraced by Islamic economists. However, the critics argue that these alternatives do not adequately address the core value of the mainstream economic system to transform it into a system rooted in human values and universal ethics. Thus, throughout these plenary sections, we aim to explore the extent to which this alternative economic construct offer transformative solution, inshallah. So to kick off with the plenary section, the first speaker for today, let me invite Prof. Tarula, okay, to deliver his highlights related to the sustainable human economies. Yeah. So each panelist will be given about 12 to 15 minutes for the presentation purpose. And then we will finish approximately about 10:20 or 10:15, inshallah. And then the last 30 minutes we will use for the Q&A section by the audience. Okay, Prof. Tarula, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Professor Aslam, the distinguished members of the steering committee, distinguished members of the academic committee, IIUM, those people who are working behind the conference, the organizers, and those people who have been supporting us for so many years in keeping up this conference. Especially, I can see here Dr. Salman Said Ali from the institute, and also I can see here Professor Bulut, the director of ICIEF, and especially here Bank Negara Malaysia and the Ministry of Finance. Without their cooperation, this was not possible to organize the conference. I have the honor to be with the conference from the very beginning. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. And therefore, I would wish the conference one of the greatest successes. Actually, one of the main contributions of the conference has been to set the theme for the future in terms of research and policy and intellectual development. And I can see a lot of actually young people here who are the future leaders. And we need a different type of leadership to take the responsibility in the future. What I am actually trying to present to you, you may find it provocative, but at the same time, the challenge is that our thinking, our systems, our businesses are what we call as the business as usual. And we have to come out of that business as usual mentality to make any contribution. And we have a solid advantage, which is the revelational guidance which we have with us. So we have to look towards that to find the solutions. So my discussion today with you will be a little bit non-conventional, okay? Conventional economics doesn't really talk about what we call nowadays as natural capital. The word capital is, of course, a little bit with controversy, but still the concept cannot be clarified without using the word capital. So you can see here, we live here, we stay here, we are working here, we are present here because of these 5 elements of the natural capital: the biosphere, the hydrosphere, the lithosphere, the entrosphere, and the atmosphere. Each one of these is so critical for life as well as for our businesses, that without any one of them, we cannot even exist, we cannot even think of doing business. But the irony is that the conventional business and economic paradigm ignore all this fundamental reality. So the issue for us is to integrate this into our understanding. I just brought here from Suraya Rahman the concept of mizan. And it is warning that we should not transgress the mizan. And in my understanding, this issue of transgression of the mizan in these two verses is in the context of natural capital. So that's my fundamental emphasis. From the science, we have a confirmation of we don't need that from the science, but the science is confirming what our revelational guidance is telling us. So here is the transgression of the natural capital. This is a measure of the natural capital. What it means is that, for example, I put here for you, RRCs are our GCC countries, resource-rich countries. I don't want to use the GCC countries, but these are the GCC countries. And the last one is Malaysia. What it means here is that for the GCC countries, if each one of the 8 billion people on earth will live like an average GCC country, then for the year 2022, you can see there the GCC, the red part starts from March. The green part is the biocapacity and the natural capital. So all of its capacity, they already exhausted in the month of March. The remaining months of the year, we are actually deficit. Those countries are actually deficit. And in case of Malaysia, it is on the 16th of May 2023, 16th of May 2023, that what it means is that if every people of the 8 billion people of the world have to live like an average Malaysian, then the capacity of life-sustaining capacity of Earth will end up in May. The remaining will be deficit. And you can see this story starts from 1971. It's not a historical issue. It's a contemporary issue. It's a very important thing to understand that this is a contemporary issue. And because of that, that is a different source. That one was a different source. I don't know where it went, actually. It says that I should stop, maybe. Can you please put on the slideshow? Yeah, thank you, thank you. This is another source. These are planetary boundaries. Planetary boundaries means the safe boundaries of the planet within which we have to live, we have to do our business, we have to do other transactions. And the scientists have identified these planetary boundaries. For 2023, 9 planetary boundaries have been identified, and 6 of them have already been crossed, transgressed. The word tata'aw, Allah tata'aw fil mizan, it is very much reminding me that verse that we have already transgressed 6 of the 9, and the other remaining 3 are being transgressed at a very fast speed. So from there, what we are leaving for the future generations, because humane economy actually is an economy which has to take care of the future generations also, other species also. It's not only about our generation, it's about the future generation. This is another source. This is another source of data, IPCC. So you can see here, the red color, when the red color is increasing, this means the temperatures are increasing. And 2023, the global mean temperatures are 1.2 C over the pre-industrial age. And 2023 was also the year in which the hottest day was recorded, which was 1.3 C over the pre-industrial age. And consider it that when my grandchild becomes 70 years old, which I am actually 70 years old, the temperatures will rise to 4 degrees Celsius. So that's going to have a very profound, unknown consequences for humanity as well as for resources and resource management. So what should we do? What should we do? The good thing is that we can do, because this is what we have created, and we have to change ourselves, and we can solve it. So here in this is a summary of the ecological footprint on the horizontal axis and the Human Development Index on the vertical axis. The Human Development Index was talked about yesterday a lot, and the ecological footprint is what I actually mentioned, that the developed countries, the ecological footprint average for developed countries is 5 Earth. That means that if all the 8 billion people of the world have to live like an average person of the developed world, then we need 5 Earths. 1 Earth is not enough. Actually, we have 1 Earth. So on the other hand, the Human Development Index is 0.8 is considered to be good, and the least developed countries are within the capacity of 1 Earth, but their HDI is very low, and human development will be achieving high human development within the capacity of 1 Earth. So the transformation from 5 Earth to 1 Earth capacity is a tremendous transformation. It is shaking up everything. It is shaking up everything. So I teach a course which is called Sustainability Management. So in the course, with the help of my students, we developed this framework to discuss, to analyze, to understand, to follow up the transformation, the tremendous transformation that's going to take place. So the ideal state is the number 1, which is human regenerative economy. But unfortunately, we are in number 3, which is the degenerative, the linear economy. So in the linear economy, most of our economists and our prestigious prize winners are in the linear economy. The 2018 Nobel Prize was won by Nordas, the economist who co-authored with Samuelson the famous book Economics. And his conclusion was that he has a model which is called DICE model. And with that DICE model, he concluded that by 2100, that is when my grandchild will become 70 years, we will have 4 degrees. And we don't have any other alternative but to adapt to it. Okay? So that is the mindset. And the other transformative mindset is to try to get into the human economy where there are the positive externalities, and here I put the word once. Once is the offsets for negative externalities. Offsets for negative externalities means there's a market cannot cater for inequalities, therefore we have to have zakat, awqaf, and other type of policies at the government level, at individual level, we have to make charities. There's the offset. So there is a positive externality of an activity plus the offset, and then there's a negative externality. And we have to have a focus on an economy where we can always have a regenerative and human economy. Then there is a big rise in the idea of the circular economy, because the European Union is implementing it, and they're introducing a regulation. And one of the very important regulation in that context is the extended producer responsibility. For example, extended producer responsibility means if a manufacturer is producing something, the manufacturer has to be responsible for its maintenance and other ecological concerns and other things. So what it means is that if Malaysians have to export, which is your major export is machineries and equipments, 30 or 36%, something like that, then to access the European market in the future, you have to comply with this regulation. So that's transforming the whole industrial system in these countries. So my time is coming up, so I would really emphasize that this is a framework which we developed. I would say that it is a research framework. For the young people, there is a new type of data, which I mentioned here. Get out of the business as usual mindset. Get the new data, get the new challenge, face the new realities, and use our revelational guidance as a force to motivate us to bring a really meaningful change. I will emphasize this. Each one of us has to consider that we should not transgress. And one of the examples of individual transgression, in my view, we can measure it in terms of the dollar value, which is called as the social cost of capital. The social cost of carbon emission, social cost of carbon emission of an airline ticket from here to New York and back is $600. So that $600 should go to a charity which is helping, and a waqf which is helping to change the whole system. But this is an example, a humble example. Thank you very much.
Okay. MashaAllah. Thank you very much, Prof. Tarikula, for the extraordinary presentation. So it's really an eye-opener about the restoring, regenerating, and continuously enhancing natural capital. And then I really like the Prof. Tarikula idea how to offset the negative externality using the social finance like zakat, sadaqah, and etc. So thank you very much, Prof. Tarikula, for that solutions. Okay, by the way, the degeneration of the earth natural capital equity sounds quite scary, Prof. Tarikula. Yes. Okay, so now let's look from the different perspective. I would like to invite Dr. Suraya to share her findings on her topic related to the sustainable human economics.
Thank you. Thank you, our moderator, Dr. Sanuddin. Sorry, showing my age. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers of IIUM and ICIEF for affording me this opportunity to speak today. In KRI, we've done some work on the financialization of society and the impact it has had on households. And I thought, coming from yesterday's discussion on the values that has informed the way in which the economy moves, is equally as important as the institutional setup or mechanism that we have in place. Because sometimes, due to many bouts of financialization, society too believe that this is good for them. And therefore, the values have changed. And how best do we address that first before we come back to then give good financial schemes or tools? And I think this is, what our first distinguished panelist also said from Prof. Tariq, that the mindset and the values are more sustainable as a tool rather than the tool itself. For my presentation, I don't have a slide. I'll read some of the things that I've written for the past 2 years on financialization, but mind you, this is a team effort. It's something that we did in KRI, where we look at financialization that has grown into an industry in and of itself. We now have a system of finance capitalism rather than finance for productive capital. So in our approach, because studies on financialization attract a variety of disciplines, including political economy, economics, sociology, anthropology, and law, in understanding the term quote-unquote financialization as it emerges in different social and institutional contexts. After giving this Mukarramah, I'll then go give some mechanism that's been in place in Malaysia, even by Islamic banking, but I think there's room for improvement. The exponential growth of the financial markets beginning from the late 1990s and the subsequent collapse, ranging from the collapse of the dot-com bubble in the early 2000s to the US subprime mortgage crisis in 2008, has spurred scholarly interest in finance capitalism and its impact on economy and society. The aftermath of this financial crisis has made it painfully clear how vital finance has become for national economies and livelihoods. It's interesting, yesterday we were speaking about return on capital, return on labor, but over the past 30 years, primarily in the Western countries, workers have increasingly invested in capital markets activities through the privatization of pensions and other incentives for market-based savings, even though their own wages were stagnating from these exact firms that they work from. This increased ownership of financial assets has galvanized more support from individuals to support financial bailouts from the government and less for more stringent financial regulatory policies. Now, why did this happen? Why is there's a lot of positive public support towards financial bailouts? This is contrasted with the prevailing conditions, prevailing attitude before, that big companies do not require assistance from government. However, when household savings are invested in financial products, individuals must bear financial risks that were previously mitigated with Keynesian welfarist institutional arrangements, for example, public pensions or mortgage. Malaysia is going to do it this way. We're trying to do away with government pensions. The state's role in delivering goods and services were considered ineffectual and a drain on government coffers with the ascent of Reaganomics and Thatcherism in the early 1980s, as Thatcher quote-unquote fondly says. There is no society, only individuals. Now, the prevailing societal norms, values, and attitudes also underwent incremental changes with these changing ideologies. Therefore, sometimes when financial sector collapse, no disregard to the bankers here, investment bankers, even my old boss, society, the people who are invested in the financial markets, demand pro-finance support or bailouts from the government because individuals are directly affected or have skin in the game through mortgages, pensions, securitization, and personal debt. So today's discussion, I thought, is at stake is not just about procuring a deeper understanding of what is happening to our society based on the increased financialization process, but also the question of how can we have new economic construct that deals into more social justice, the one that we mentioned yesterday, justice, fairness, and transparency, and also have that collective action. But what if those normative values, those values that societies have now, has been changed by that 20, 40 years of financialization? How then do we move forward? So this is something that I hope more will be discussed today, because we are not coming from a greenfield environment. We are coming from a brownfield environment where these values or this institutional setup has been put in place. And then for, financing based on just values to come in, it's going to be difficult. I'll go into this one example. I've got 8 minutes, okay, that's good. One example of something that's dear to my heart, which is the financing of home mortgages. I'll go straight into Malaysia, but I'll do some cross-country comparison. Let's just say that one can be constructive in conferences such as this, hopefully. First and foremost, of course you need mortgages for home buying. However, when home prices are too expensive, and here we use basically the median multiple, expensive homes are being made affordable due to advances in home mortgages. So that's one thing that is actually quite wrong. We all know this. Rather than make housing generally affordable, what we have done is entice people to buy products that is truly more expensive, but made accessible through finance. So this is, if you look at the loan structure from the banks in Malaysia, more of the capital, more of their assets and loans are for households rather than SMEs or productive capital. So here we see a clear demarcation or a clear trajectory towards this. But things are even worse in Malaysia, because at the end of the day, because in our country, we practice off-plan sales, which means you can't see the product, you buy a piece of paper, and you can get mortgages for this SNP that you sign with the housing developer. In other countries, the ones that we've looked into, UK, Australia, off-sale plan, or over here we call sell then build, is not widely practiced. It's meant for investment purposes, it's meant sometimes for cash, and the banks make it so difficult for you to have loans for this type of housing delivery system. So the banks are not, though they're not practicing Islamic banking, but they understand the risks being undertaken by the home buyers, because now you are not just purchasing a home mortgage, you are taking the commercial risks and the construction risks of that project not being completed. Now, in this sense, your social construction is not your social construction, meaning your relationship between the buyer and the seller, is not of a normal spot contract, which how mortgages should then support, but more of contract to build, which is investing. It is now a type of investor type of housing mortgage. Now, buyers in Malaysia, we have been doing this system for the past 60 years. And whenever we want to change this system, the society, the home buyers are saying, oh, why are we changing a system that works? But this system is oppressing you. This system is not a properly just system. It cannot be that the ends does not justify the means. The process must be transparent, and you should not be taking commercial and construction risks as the main delivery system for a housing industry. In other parts of the world, it's only 30 to 40% that use off-shelf, and about 60% using conventional, what we call speculative building. In Malaysia, all of you, when you want to buy a house, new build in Malaysia, it's sell and build. But when we want to change the system, the first outcry will not be from the banks, it'll be from the people. Because they're so used to having this, normalizing this attitude that this is the way we do finance here. We are investors. But a just system requires home buyers not to carry the burden of commercial risks in housing development. So one of our financing imperative is to ensure that there is option, because Islamic banking supports this method. So there is a clear, for us in KRI, digress of just principles. If financing is not made clear, that you are now a joint investor with the developer, you are not a buyer in its traditional sense of a spot contract. You are not basically a home buyer. You are an investor with the developer. We did a focus group test to people in their 30s and their 40s and explained this to them. Most of them do not know that they are investing when they purchase a home mortgage in Malaysia. They don't know. How is this possible that a country as developed as us, well, if we can be, sorry, in terms of financing, that this has not been made aware that buyers are investors and having all the risks of having a project not completed, you know, if I may say in Malay, project terbengkalai, incomplete, project sakit, sick projects. And yet, we are told that this is the main delivery system in our country. Something is really bad, and something's really wrong in the way which we treat our people here. I also want to end now to my short presentation here in thinking about, first we went to macro just now, and then about financialization and how it's crept into everyday life, and how then that informs some of the values in terms of housing. We did other things as well in our report. It will be out in March, promo here. So one is buy now, pay later, and how it has also inflicted a lot of household debt, as well as student debt threat. But one of the things we think ought to be really reconstruct as a way in which we think about things is we shouldn't be looking at the outcomes of the economy of just market efficiency, because efficiency is measured in terms of marginal utilities or when the price systems create negative externalities. And government should only interfere when economic problem, quote-unquote, becomes a quote-unquote social problem. Why can't we have a clear economic system whereby we actually create a system that delivers value in the first instance to the society rather than wait for it to be a social problem? So yes, I do applaud the discussion yesterday and hopefully today that we do need a different premise, a different value system, and not just the tools of what is good, but the thinking behind it, because it's very complex. I appreciate a question yesterday that it's very complex. We had to go through anthropological, social, law, not just economics, to understand what is happening to our society and why they're embracing this role as an investor so much in their life. Is it because high returns, and therefore you want to be an investor? But what about the risk? Why is being an investor is normalized in our society? I will leave all of you with a quote. I've got 40 seconds. From Tony Judd, the late Tony Judd, in his book, Ill Fares the Land, back in 2010. He said, and I quote, "Something is profoundly wrong in the way we live today. For 30 years, we have made a virtue of the pursuit of self-interest. And this very pursuit now constitutes whatever remains of our sense of collective purpose." Unquote. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Suraya. So, wish you all the best for your projects, inshallah. So, yeah, what you said is right. Create value that value the society. And the examples that you give about the housing market is really a straightforward examples, and it's really a critical to the point, what we are facing right now. Okay, so now I would like to invite Dr. Nisam to give his presentation. Dr. Nisam is a chief economist at the Bank Muamalat. So, Dr. Nisam, the floor is yours now.
Okay. Assalamualaikum and a very good morning. I just want to do, okay. just like Dr. Suraya, I don't have a PowerPoint slides. Perhaps in my case, I would like to share some of my thoughts about the topic, driving the agenda for sustainable humane economy. Perhaps looking from the lens as a banker, and specifically working as an economist in a bank. My relationship within the bank has always been, with the risk management. And more often than not, they would require, giving some thoughts or forecasts of some of the macroeconomic variables in order for them to run the stress test parameters, in order for them to come up with the scenarios that can affect the bank's capitalizations, the impact in financing trends, and how we can actually do business going forward. While I totally agree that going for a sustainable economy offers good solutions for a better society, but I think we need to be, cognizant about the challenges ahead, especially in terms of the impact it may have to the business society. The way I see it is that these discussions about sustainable economy, while it is noble, it inherent certain forms of additional regulatory requirements. And as it is now, businesses are grappling with a higher cost of doing business. I think yesterday there's been a lot of talks about our ringgit, reaching all-time new lows at the moment, and how is that going to affect the cost structure of a business. So now we are, talking about how to incorporate sustainable agenda matrices when we do our business. So I think in the grand scheme of things, we need to, put a certain lens that can have a better balanced view, so that when we implement this sustainable agenda, may not too disruptive or detrimental to the commercial entity, the way I see it. That's my first observations, adding more regulatory costs for the business entity. The second point, which I think quite important, is that I can't help it but to associate things like environmental, social, and governance that is quite similar to something in the 1990s, when we talk about market liberalizations, having a competitive economy under the ambit of the Washington Consensus, which was developed sometime in 1989. Back then, of course, the mantra is, having a competitive economy is the way to go. And then a lot of Asian economy obviously adopted that mantra. And it leads to the economic imbalances, especially during the 1997-98 Asia financial crisis. So my point is that I think while the systemic agenda and of course ESG is an important points to note, but I think we need to be very careful in terms of not to be too indoctrinated by the sustainability agenda. I mean, if you look at in our economy, in Malaysian economy especially, I think the direction now is to look at agriculture as a, to revisit back agriculture as a sources of economic growth. When I look at the data, the trade deficits in agri-food sectors, it continues to widen. Last year, our trade deficits in agri-food totaling about 32 billion ringgit. In 1990, such deficits was merely 1 billion. It continues to widen, And obviously, we need to relook back agriculture as a sources of growth, and that boils down to perhaps in the context of a sustainable agenda, how would be the agricultural practices among our farmers? Of course, the transition will take a while, but in the meantime, I think the carbon emission perhaps will be continue to be at a high level perhaps. So I think the way I see it is that we need to be practical in terms of adopting all these matrices, although the intention is noble, because we need to weigh the implications that it may have to our local economy. The third, my final observation or my final points is that, and I've noticed is that ESG, environmental, social, and governance, while it's being band together, the focus has always been on the environmental. Governance, I think, is quite clear. I mean, in Malaysian case, we have MACC as a body that governs the corruptions and governance. But the focus at the moment, my observation is that it has been focusing too much on environmental. What about social? Because social also plays a role. I mean, we talk about, say, retirement purposes. We talk about EPF, members of EPFs having less retirement funds when they retire. So obviously we need to talk about how, things like progressive wage policies, minimum wage, all those kind of policies that actually can elevate the income of our society. And Dr. Suraya pointed out that, rightly on the situation of our housing markets, which is beyond affordable based on the median multiple approach. So on that note, I think we need to be careful and cognizant about the associated risks when we may say we want to develop the economy as sustainable as possible that we can. And to have our own mold and to custom made in terms of the application, the practices, so that it can bring balance, it can bring harmony and in our economic environment, be it in businesses, the households, and the markets. So with that, I think I would end my thoughts on a Sustainable Development Agenda, and perhaps we can have a more discussion afterwards. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
MashaAllah. Thank you very much, Dr. Nisam. Share something about the ESG. ESG, somehow, Dr. Nisam also highlight right to the point that there are many companies nowadays more focused on environmental side by ignoring the other elements like socials as well as governance. Just for your record, Dr. Nisam as well as audience, I got the reports published by S&P 500. They mention estimated 90% of the company listed on the capital market, they published CSR report in 2019, 90% compared to just 20% in 2011. So that shows how significant is the difference in 2011 and 2019, And they're just focused on the environmental part. So that's raised questions, do we really need alternative ratings in addition to what we have right now, ESG? So maybe the audience can ask questions related to that to Dr. Nisam later on. Okay, now I would like to invite Prof, another distinguished speaker, Prof. Mehmet Aute, so expert in political economics. Okay, so let's listen to his findings. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I take that as a positive comment on the political economy, but Dr. Ismail already gone into the political economy. Thank you. My presentation, I should be ready up there. Yes, it is very much the political economic question that I like to raise, because it seems that we are very much focusing on the micro issues, but the structures, agency, structure relationship is important for us to consider. And sustainable development in particular very much relates to that. Let me state in the beginning, before the end, sustainable development story is exciting. It is taking place. The realities are forcing, but will it make a difference? No, because the way the political economy organized, the structural barriers that we have in front of us, there's a huge problem in front of us. Therefore, rather than moderating, sustainable development seems to remain on the surface moderating the consequences of capitalist system or the market economy, but the in-depth change, the substantial change, unfortunately, is not happening. And therefore, the importance of structural change, a new paradigm. Like here, now we are talking about the Madani economy, although that has not been concretized yet, but let's hope that there is something there. The difficulties, the challenges that we have in front of us, this growth that has been pushed onto us as a paradigm. We are racing towards something, but there isn't anything in the end in terms of sharing and getting the right outcomes for everyone, every stakeholders in the process. Like in this example, for instance, in the dog races on the rail, they will put a mechanic rabbit for the dogs to think that there is something in the end for them to catch. They will run. In the end, they will not get anything. There is no rabbit, unfortunately. And that has been somehow the stories of everyone in every part of the world. And that includes in large economies as well. When you look at the United States, nearly 40, 50 million people live under the United Nations threshold level of daily income. This is a main challenge for us. The issue, of course, how to establish this justice that we are referring. Of course, that very much relates to resource accessibilities. How we can ensure that everyone, and not only everyone, but all the stakeholders, including environment, climate, land, water, and etc., can get their rights from this so-called economic progress that we have. And in reality, as you can see on the pictures, although I don't consider football as a resource, but it's a good example in terms of showing the resource accessibility problem, but at the same time, the motivation to break the barriers for us. Most of us in debt, unfortunately, because of the financialization, as mentioned, and of course, equality doesn't solve the problem. How equity-based and the economic system can be developed, but not only economic system, a political economic system, which, as mentioned before, can consider in a transdisciplinary matter as a society, economy, the anthropology, the culture, value system, and etc., to bring that solution. But of course, the real justice is to overcome the barriers. As in the middle photograph, you could see barrier is still there, but still there is some accessibility. So with the current structures that we have, unfortunately, even reaching to that justice is not possible because barriers are very strong as it is on the left-hand side. So how we can reach the justice part, at least certain visibilities of the resources can be possible for all the stakeholders, but importantly, the promise of liberation, the whole salvation theory, that the resources are created by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for everyone and all the stakeholders to have this opportunity space to develop, but to access resources, the liberation part. In other words, the emancipation of individuals from those barriers, but at the same time, the empowerment so that they can have access to resources. And that's something that we have to be concerned with, in particular when we look at all this commodification taking around, such as including water, including energy, including air even for that matter. And remember the saying of the Prophet that these are the three things at least you cannot commodify. They should be available. So the real liberation, the liberation theory, requires us to go beyond these existing structures and see and how we can develop new paradigms so that this sustainability discourse that we have, it can have some ground. But of course, the realities of huge financialization around us, the linked economy, the real economy, and the huge pressure capital and the financial system, unfortunately, the domination of capital. And unfortunately, that domination is very much visible in the practice of Islamic banking as well. When we look at the financing from Islamic banks to productive sectors and the financial sectors, we see that larger share of financing from Islamic banks go to financial markets as well as the real estate sector. So the productive economy, which can generate a kind of human economy, unfortunately, Islamic finance is not delivering either, and that's an important concern for us. And therefore, the whole definition of this capital domination, the finance domination, but remember that finance is only an intermediary. And this is not a radical position, but even the established position, such as people like Schiller would tell you in his book called Good Society. It is only an intermediary, and it has to be linked with the objective of society. What is that objective? And that goes the value system of that society. The justice part, the salvation, the liberation theory part tells us that everyone and all the stakeholders has to be rescued in this process. And therefore, the whole idea that finance cannot be a source of wealth creation, but it is only the art of protecting and financing people. The art of protecting, even not the finance, as you can see in that photograph. Finance is not the first one, but the protection of people and financing people. And strangely enough, that I took a photograph when I was passing through in front of a very large financial institution, and inscribed on the wall of that institution, which unfortunately I'm yet to see from Islamic banks, such sentiments, for instance. And this is something we have to be concerned. And therefore, in order to have this equity-based solution, the justice, as well as the liberation, the disruption is essential, new paradigms. And those paradigms, without those paradigms, unfortunately, we have been grafted in such a way that wherever we go all over the world, the same system, the same structure, and unfortunately the agencies, the human beings, have been grafted to accept those structures, as the mortgage example given previously. People are happy, not questioning that, because of the grafting of the system, unfortunately, the domination. And therefore, we have to disrupt, we have to disturb. That, as Ali Shariati would have said, I came to disturb. And that disturbance is an important part of making something different. That requires, of course, looking at the institutional logics that we have around us. And I use the word logics, suggesting that there are different institutional logics as opposed to this hegemonic nature which has been imposed on us, that there is only one institutional logic, that's the capital and capital domination. No, institutional logic suggests that every society, one way or another, with their value systems, generate a particular social formation, particular definitions of resource accessibility is, and that varies from one society to another, and Islam has a particular position in that. And then the embedded agency, in other words, in our case, every individual Muslim's embeddedness in that value system and the articulation of that value system in everyday life in terms of social formation of the society, embedded within the prevailing institutional logics. But unfortunately, because of this grafting process, since the Washington Consensus, everyone has been geared towards the market logic. And this is something, unfortunately, with Islamic finance as well, we are operating within the capitalist market logic. And therefore, there's a huge need for critical discourses and practices to develop beyond this imposed paradigm that we are struggling with. Like the example I have given, we are running, we are rushing, but unfortunately no one gets anything other than indebted. Creation of indebted man and woman is a reality that we have around us. And therefore, we have to look at the initial equation, that has been imposed on us, a particular definition of what capital is, what labor is, and the relationships, and etc. And there is nothing beyond that, the end of history logic that has been imposed on us. However, the end of history has not been reached, and we haven't said what we want to say. So it is time to say that. And therefore, a real solution involves is to empower all the stakeholders by giving up the shareholder value maximization, capital domination, but look into how equity-based and justice-based solutions can be generated. In other words, how we can secure human, how we can secure environment, how we can secure society. And these are the promises that we have to respond to and develop answers. And therefore, the existing paradigms, unfortunately, will not be able to answer those questions or help us to reach emancipation and empowerment, because one is a linear growth. It tells you that there is one particular understanding of growth. However, the resources now, as Professor Tarula was going through, resources are saying that, look, I cannot respond anymore. That's enough, I cannot bear anymore. So that linear growth, we have to consider, therefore, the growth, circularity, different ways of looking at the reality and organizing that reality. And this assumption that, therefore, the linear idea 5 is always superior to 4. Why? When you impose value system on that, sometimes that 4 perhaps is better for you. In particular, such as the example, you have 2 returns. One gives you 5, one gives you 4 ringgit. But the 5 perhaps involve environmental pollution or involves riba, but 4 doesn't involve, for instance. Then that time when you impose value on that, 4 is better for you under such circumstances. Therefore, this linear growth idea is a huge problem in front of us that we have to go beyond that, look at the different forms of organizing society. Similarly, the idea that the right-based philosophical understanding as opposed to privilege-based. So it is your right, therefore you can exploit, you can exploit and get to the efficiency point at the expense of anything and everything. Total exploitation can be possible. But in the privilege-based understanding, recognizing each stakeholder and their interest in your imagination, but in your practice, your modeling, and hence the outcome of that is important for us to consider. The dominance of capital, in other words, again, would not allow us to go beyond this. And therefore, when we look at the institutional logics, the difference is important. In the case of Islamic worldview, for instance, Islamic social formation, the whole idea of the constrained behavior. When God was declared to be dead with the Enlightenment process, all the constraints were removed. And therefore, where we are today, environmental issues, the human issues, all these insecurities we have. However, Islam's this constrained behavior within the privileged understanding that we are linked to each other, and what we have is given to us as a privilege, and therefore the whole amana concept gives us the opportunity space to protect. And therefore it is important, the falah individual, or the ihsani governance, as I consider, considering the interests of all the stakeholders within this Islamic moral economic paradigm is the essential way of looking at it. And therefore, rather than the shareholder value maximization that we have around us, with the efficiency rather than equity, maximization rather than social optimality, and everything around this economy of profit, which disregards entirely the realities, the security of all the other stakeholders in the process, will not be able to deliver sustainable development. Therefore, the paradigmatic shift is essential for us. Such as the case, for instance, when we look at, and we teach that in our textbooks in economics classes, the whole solo growth model. On the one hand, we talk about sustainable development, then we stick to solo growth model. Look at what you have is only capital domination in the equation. Where are the other stakeholders? Even environment, for that matter. So if you do not include, and those of you very much familiar with the econometric analysis, if the variable is not in the equation, you cannot do the optimization by definition. So the whole story then becomes entirely moderating the consequences. And therefore, the variables have to be included in the process. And therefore, the whole idea of the income and wealth distribution becomes only what? Moderating the consequences. And therefore, we have to look into what is the value theory? What is the modes of production? What is the distribution theory here? In other words, with the value theory, which factors are the origin of value creation? With the modes of production, how the stakeholders get together to produce? With distribution theory, who gets what? And when we look at, of course, the existing capitalist system with the exchange value, as long as something is valuable, when you can exchange. That disregards entirely the whole sustainability issue. A communism, again, it relates only to labor. It doesn't consider the others. Islam, however, considers the inherent value. Everything is valuable because it's created by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And that immediately shows you all the variables are included in your equation as a result of that. And again, modes of production. Capitalism only considers capital domination. Even labor is determined through capital value. Communism, only labor value creates the value, labor creates the value. However, Islam would consider one, human cannot be commodified as labor, so it is human effort. Capital is there, but land, environment, society, and other stakeholders are considered to the extent that the right of the society is directly determined by Quran through the zakat. Okay, and zakat is not a charity. The right of the society has to be returned to society. So in your equation, as you can see, is an expanded stakeholders in your initial equation. And therefore, because the resources created by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, when you privatize them, zakat is compensation process for those people who are excluded in the process. Again, distribution theory will determine all these stakeholders have to be considered, and their interests have to be considered in your equation. And the others, because the variables are not included, the stakeholders are not included in the initial equation, unfortunately, capitalism and communism cannot produce that. And it is Islam's initial equation, which considers all these stakeholders within the model, has huge potential to deliver the justice, the Islamic governance that we have. I'll finish with this, time is over. Just to give an idea, therefore, for instance, when we look at Ibn Khaldun's Umran, defining the whole motive, he looks at the risk, the beneficence from Allah in the individual behavioral level. But at the same time, he refers to cost, for instance, surplus or accumulation, the prevention and accumulation. And he would say that the surplus or accumulation emanates from jah or hegemony, and hence the importance of structures that we have around us. And he would say that this surplus or accumulation contributes to the deep divisions in our societies. And therefore, he would say that when the political hegemony, or the hegemonies in general, including economic, political, and social hegemony, if it is distributed horizontally in a more equable level, and as a result of that, the society will have a better peace. For instance, he would say that people with less or no hegemony, unfortunately, they become a servant of those people who have the hegemony, political, social, and economic. And therefore, for instance, he would say that farmers and traders rush to them, to those people who have the power, economic, social, political, while they sit in their home without moving an inch. Meanwhile, their wealth grows and their accumulation rises and their riches are consolidated without effort. And therefore, in order to overcome that, the distribution of economic, political, and social power in a horizontal level in the society, establishing that equity, in other words, the structures that we have, overcoming those barriers and establishing that accessibility in the society will enable us to reach a better result for all of us. And therefore, the whole idea of the Islamic governance, considering the interests of all the stakeholders in the process, ensuring that no one is left out in the initial equation, considering with the quantitative methods all the variables, no omitting variables, that will be the only way to reach salvation here and developing a liberation theory. Otherwise, I'm afraid with the existing structures that we have, even sustainable development will remain only a change on the surface, but not substantial change. Therefore, such as in the, this new Madani economy, there's this reference that the share of the labor in the GDP will be increased to 45%. That's an amazing promise that implies that there will be change in the value theory that we are referring. But whether that will become, because when you look at Madani theory, there are inconsistencies as well, referring to growth economy, for instance, a linear growth. But at least the recognition that the labor's share has to be increased to that level of 45%, it is an important recognition in the right path so that the rescuing of human, rescuing of land, and rescuing of climate, environment, and the society can be possible. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much, and my apologies for over my time. Thank you.
Okay. Wonderful presentation, Prof. Mehmet. Okay, so it's quite interesting, insightful on the productive economics, which is not well utilized by Islamic banking and finance, and also you have raised a very interesting reconsiderations on the initial equations, considering human factors, society, as well as environmental elements. Okay, without further delay, I would like to call our last presenter for today, Dr. Tatiana Didier, to deliver her speech on inclusive climate finance, exploring financing for SMEs. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. First of all, thanks to the organizers for having me here. So without further ado, let me start because we're running a little bit behind time, and we want to make sure there's time for questions and answers. So inclusive climate finance. What we've heard from my fellow panelists about, we heard about the social, households, governance. What about the private sector? We cannot think about sustainable development without thinking about businesses and firms. And this is what I would like to focus the discussion for the next 10 minutes. It's about the distributional impact. How is it affecting different businesses? Micro business, small business, medium and large. So let's look at the sustainability angle. Climate change. What are the risks, what are the challenges that climate change is bringing for businesses? And I can think of two sets of risks. First, physical risks, right? Floods here in Malaysia, drought, increasing temperatures. How does that affect business? Direct damages, my assets got damaged, got destroyed, but also indirect effects through business disruption. And when you think of the impact across business, SMEs are particularly more exposed. They tend to be, for instance, in sectors that are more vulnerable to shocks. Think of the agri-sector, the service sector. They're more prone to those shocks. They also have less developed coping mechanisms, be it, for instance, because of lack or limited access to finance, less developed insurance markets, especially in developing countries, which leave them more vulnerable to those shocks. So when you think about physical risks, there is a call, there is a need to strengthen business adaptation. How do I adapt ex ante before I get hit? And how do I increase my resilience? If I get hit, if a firm gets hit, how do I recover fast? How do I make sure that I mitigate, that I reduce my losses? And this is an agenda that is particularly important for SMEs in less developing countries. The other source of risk that climate change is bringing for the private sector is transition risks. And here is the risks associated to this transition to a more sustainable, low-carbon economy. So when you think in the context of the smaller business, their footprint may be very tiny, very small. Think of a micro firm. But, so at a first glance, you would think there's no agenda for mitigation for small business. But a subset of these businesses, they are exposed and they are facing increasing market pressure, demand for customers, or regulatory asks about reducing their emissions. So forcing them to take action in terms of reducing their carbon footprint and the environmental footprint. And so this risk, this transition risks call for a strategy in terms of developing mitigation strategies to enhance their competitiveness. So I don't lose market share, that I don't lose space in the business environment just because my emissions are small. And it's a lot about communication and reporting and understanding what exactly are the risks that those firms are facing along the whole spectrum. And so when you think of, for SMEs in particular, when you think of transition risks, you're thinking about competitiveness. It's not necessarily the volume of emissions, it's more about the competitiveness impact that I have if I don't take action. So the key question is, how do you balance? How do you balance in terms of physical risks versus transition risks, especially when resources are limited? I cannot do it all, be it a single firm, be governments, or financial sector, banks. I mean, we need to achieve a balance. And so there's a need to prioritize as well. And how do you think? A principle that I would like to leave you with is focus on vulnerability. Who are the most vulnerable, especially for policymakers? How do I address those that are most vulnerable to those risks? And so I would like to call for, first is an understanding that the balance between these risks, physical transition risks, so the balance between adaptation and mitigation, is unique to countries. Each country is facing their own set of risks, so there is no single solution that is going to apply to every country. So when you look on the graph on the left, we're talking, this is emissions. This is the profile of emissions around the world. It's not just about the level of emissions, but also the composition. The first column, this is high-income countries. And what you have is that there's a big component of those emissions come from the energy. There's very little, for instance, on agriculture, from the agricultural land use. That's your yellow part of the first bar. It's very small. But look at the other extreme, the second to last column on the low-income countries. The vast majority of the emissions on those countries come from agricultural land use. So when you think of priorities, they must be very different between those two sets of countries. And I think this needs to be more internalized, is that countries cannot just replicate what others are doing. You need to take into account their own situations. And the same goes for the agenda on adaptation. Look at the graph on the right. This is about vulnerability. It's exposure and a capacity to adapt to physical risks. And what you see is that more developed countries are less vulnerable to physical risks. When you look on the left, the red dots, those are East Asian countries. Their level of vulnerability to physical risks, the need for adaptation is much greater for less developed countries than for higher income countries. So when you come, the balance between adaptation and mitigation will be different for high income versus less developed countries. And this puts a premium in understanding, diagnostics, and data about what are the challenges unique to each country. So as I was saying, there's not a single approach, but there are some common challenges, and common challenge to both adaptation and mitigation that countries can work together. And I would like to highlight, there are many, and I would like to highlight just a few. And most critical is the high uncertainty when it comes to climate change and those risks. Even if we have perfect information, there are no issues about data availability or information asymmetry, there is still uncertainty. First, about climate, magnitude and frequency of climate shocks. Those are evolving risks. We don't know where we're going. We don't know what pathway we're thinking. There is also uncertainty about mitigating factors in a given country. To what extent, for instance, my infrastructure, my climate resilience, like flood control infrastructure in the case of Malaysia, to what extent they will be effective to evolving climate risks. There's also uncertainty about technologies. To what extent my investments today as a firm will pay off in the future? To what extent new technologies may emerge and make the current investments less effective? There's a lot of uncertainty also related that may hinder. If I don't know what to adapt, what type of adaptation investments I need to take, or mitigation to reduce my emissions, I may stay back and delay those investments. And lastly, there is also uncertainty about policies and regulations, about predictability. Where are government policies going? Is there consistency in the framework in the country? In addition to this uncertainty, there are also data gaps, right, that complicate this already very uncertain environment. So there is uncertainty, but if I don't even know the basic information, these are the current risks now, this is what we have based on historical data, if that information is not out there, then your level of uncertainty balloons. And on top of that, we have limited capabilities, especially when we talk about smaller firms. That makes it harder for, even the information is there, I may not know how to process, how to analyze the data, and how to translate to my own business, my own risks. What does that mean? What type of solutions can I adapt? What type of investments should I make? So for governments, policymakers, there is a role to reduce this uncertainty. First, on data. Credible, timely information. There is a role for governments there in produce this data. Especially because of the public good aspect of climate data. Second, reduce the uncertainty about policymaking and policies by outlining, these are the strategies, this is where the country is heading. Strengthening coordination, make sure that there is a holistic approach to policies in the country, so you reduce the uncertainty for private sector, for firms, to understand. So if the government is taking action and is taking care of some of those risks, what are the residual risks that I, as a particular, as an individual firm, need to take? And lastly, the provision of public goods, like the infrastructure, climate resilience infrastructure. Some of those, it's because of the public good nature of those investments, it needs to be done by the public sector. And of course, there's a role for financial sector regulators in this context. So I don't want to go through the whole slide, but when you think about reducing uncertainty, I think there are a set of policies and approach that financial sector policymakers can take. One, same way as you go with the government, there is strategy, coordination. So what is the strategy? What is the vision for the financial sector in supporting firms deal with climate change, deal with physical and transition risks? There's also a role for setting standards and transparency, making sure that everyone is on the same page, and that it goes back to taxonomies and disclosure standards, but also supervisory and regulatory approach that it's consistent and well-known and well understood for financial sector market players. And in the end, this enhances accountability. It helps with risk management on financial institutions, and of course, it would help them fund sustainable, innovative investments to deal with the risks associated with climate change. But there are implementation challenges. Even when you think, okay, it seems simple, but it's not, especially when you bring to the context of developing countries. So first, there are implementation challenges when it comes to mitigation versus adaptation. The policies for the enabling environment, the ones I mentioned about disclosure taxonomies, they have a stronger balance towards mitigation so far. In many developing countries, there's no explicit reference to adaptation efforts. What is an adaptation investment? There's no standards on that. Disclosure and reporting. A lot of the focus is on capturing emissions. But what about physical risk? What about the exposure of this business to climate risks? And so when you think of adaptation investments, there's still a lack of comparability, accountability, and uncertainty by financial sector investors, as well as the private sector firms. And so when you look to the graph on the right, these are total climate financing flows in East Asia. And when you look at your blue bar, the bulk of the financing, it's still on mitigation. So the fact that we don't have an enabling environment, it's also compounding and enforcing or not helping financial flows to adaptation. But there's also a disconnect, an imbalance when you think of public support. So public sector financing to adaptation and mitigation is also tilted towards mitigation. And we have is that in East Asia, less than 10% of financing flows goes to adaptation. So there is some space, especially in developing countries where I showed earlier, there is greater exposure vulnerability to climate risks. So there's some space to rebalance the policy approach, focusing more on adaptation rather than mitigation, and this would be particularly beneficial for your smaller corporations, your SMEs. First, when you think of transition risks, you're probably talking about a fewer set of firms, such as those inserted in global value chains, or those that export to countries that may actually have the stronger requirements about reporting or action in terms of emissions. But when you think of adaptation, it's a much wider set of firms that may be exposed. So the rebalance is particularly important in less developed countries where the risks may be tilted. And my last slide, there are also implementation challenges when it comes to unintended consequences that may actually affect your SMEs. One is when you set up these new policy levers like the disclosure or the tracking of climate risks, financial institutions may end up reallocating away from riskier segments. So, for instance, there is a study conducted by some colleagues at the World Bank that showed that in Brazil, when microprudential policy was introduced, asking banks to incorporate environmental risks into their capital assessments, they induced large banks to move away from highly vulnerable firms. And so to the extent that SMEs are more vulnerable, you could have those effects. So financing for SMEs may become even harder than what it already is because of these new regulatory, new frameworks of reporting for the financial sector. The other, another point is transaction costs can increase. For financial institutions, suddenly I have all this due diligence of tracking of new data that may render the very small transaction simply not feasible, not worth anymore. So that also affects business. Now, if I need to report new data that I wasn't tracking to begin with, there may be certification requirements. All this would increase transaction costs and may actually hinder. I may not even go for financing. I would try to do that from my internal funds because it suddenly became too costly to ask for bank financing. And lastly, financial institutions may retrench simply because SMEs cannot provide that data. That information is not available. Again, SMEs are marked by opaqueness, by lack of reliable, credible financial statements to begin with. Once you add another layer of information that they may not have the capacity to collect that data, the information may not be available, there is no data for them. And so when you think of implementing these new frameworks for sustainability in the financial sector, there needs to be a careful assessment about the operational feasibility of introducing those and the costs and the distributional costs across firms. And that means that to ensure that climate finance is inclusive, there needs to be this close monitoring about this unintended impact so that policymakers can course correct along the way. And I'll stop here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tatiana. Okay, so we have come to the conclusion. So to wrap it up, before the Q&A section, Prof. Tarula talked about the climate problems and also the solution to it. Okay, and then Dr. Suraya talked about create value, that value the society using the housing market as an example. And Dr. Nisam talked about ESGs, and Prof. Mehmet Azute talked about productive economics and reconsiderations in the equations part. And finally, Dr. Tatiana talked about sustainable financing. It's quite diverse area of research, you know. Okay, so we have about approximately less than 15 minutes, okay, for the Q&A sections. So I will allow for some questions that I recommended this time, and requested by Prof. Tarikula that since yesterday no ladies ask any questions, so you want to make the plenary section more sustainable. So, so can we invite some questions from the ladies? Okay, we have one question, yes.
Assalamu alaikum and good morning. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm happy to be a lady that I get a chance to ask the question. Basically, I enjoyed all the presentations. Dr. Suraya highlighted, of an example which probably resonates with all of us, so it feels real. I think the danger of conferences is sometimes it's so high level, and we always forget to tie it down to reality, to sort of make it mean to lived realities of the country or of the different people. So I really appreciated her example. I'm just sort of wondering, she highlighted in essence that expensive homes were being made affordable due to creative mortgage offerings from the banks. So I was wondering whether Dr. Nisam could perhaps comment. You know, it's not new. It's something which has become the norm in our country, that we buy the house and then you sort of we buy and then it's built. I mean, whatever she said, it's. I mean, I've been a victim myself. So what are the banks doing about it? So maybe you could comment, Bank Muamalat. The head of Bank Islam is in here today. Maybe speak for him as well. Oh, hang on, I've got a few other questions very quickly.
Can we restrict the question to one?
Only one question.
Yeah, because we have to give other audiences opportunity as well.
One more? I'll make up for the women who never asked questions yesterday.
Okay, just one
thank
more.
you. So the issue of the return of the social equity, social stock exchange, Tan Sri Asman mentioned, as return to social equity versus return on equity. So the social stock exchange, SSE in India, the likes of India, do you, Dr. Suraya maybe, can you comment, do you think that this notion will ever catch on with our fantastic policymakers, if ever? I think I'll just stop there.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, first question to Dr. Nisam, followed by Dr. Suraya.
Well, I think as a bank, I think we will continue to extend our financing to whichever segments that are profitable. And definitely, residential market is one of them. And of course, as a bank, we will consider various factors, of course, more so on the credit risk. But I think beyond that, it's entirely up to the society to decide in terms of what is affordable to them. And this is where I think what Dr. Suraya mentioned about the affordability comes into the picture. And this may require some, some education from the researchers to the society. Because if you look at the home ownership rates in the advanced economies like Germany, it's less, right? You're talking about 50%, slightly more than 50%. In our case, we are like 76%. And I think this is more to do with the our society, basically how they perceive housing as an investment. And if you look at the house price index, it has been quite steadily rising. It hasn't really come down in a big way. You need to say that there's no big corrections in the housing markets. That actually perhaps accentuates the perceptions that housing is a good investment. But as a bank, we continue to remain steadfast in our commercial reasons. But beyond that, it has to be supplemented by other measures. That's my response.
Dr. Suraya, any comments?
Yes, thank you. Can I respond to that as well? Sorry. I think as the lady mentioned, I think the term, language is a powerful tool in and of itself. So once we talk about shelter as an investment product, clearly it becomes something untenable for mere mortals to then buy good homes, decent homes at affordable prices. I think that should be another value system that we should look into. Unfortunately, our society, can I say this? Our society is very much into making high returns and making sure that we have accumulated enough, because the barometer of success is how much money you have in a bank and how successful you are as in a career. That is in most places, and even when I was a young lecturer back in 1990s, I went into a room and asked, what do you want to be when you are going out from this course? 90% said they wanted to become CEOs. So the value system is very, very different here. So when you talk about then, I hope now students are no longer that way. So when you talk about could we have something different or something like India, I doubt that, because the value system here is, for me, and from what my limited knowledge, my limited surrounding, I think needs to be improved upon.
Okay, thank you very much. Next questions. Yes, Dr. Mayudi, yeah. After Dr. Mayudi, then Dato'.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Under the premise of gender equality, allow me to ask two questions as well. So, Dr. Ileana, I have a very quick one. Yeah? One question is, in finance, we learn high risk, high return. Okay, now, you talk about risk, yeah? Physical, transition, and high uncertainty. So where's the return? Yeah? After all, if you have a magic wand that answers this question, I think we'll solve all problems in finance, inshallah. As for Dr. Mahmoud, I love your picture, and you talk about how you don't like football matches. Fine. Let's now agree on a product that all of us enjoy, i.e., that is the service of having this conference. Okay? Under the value of liberation and the working of Islamic moral economy, how do you offer such experience that we are very much enjoying now under the concept of liberation? How are you going to offer this kind of conference? Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Mayudi. Yes, first start with Dr. Tatiana first.
Hi. So very short answer, I don't know, of course. But I think when you think about returns, there are externalities in those investments. So a lot of it, there are social benefits. They're not captured by individual firms. And internalizing those externalities, that's the challenge. There's no pricing mechanisms in the marketplace. So individual firms, they are not taking into account the benefit that they bring to those around you, even in adaptation. So if I become a more resilient, I take those adaptation investments and I'm more resilient, that means that all firms around me, all my suppliers or my customers, they are more resilient because they know that they can rely on me. And so there is a role for government in that, in to deal with those externalities and help firms internalize some of those benefits.
Okay, thank you. Prof. Mohammed.
I guess you have the answer. You are just testing me again, as usual you do. But that's okay. The whole issue is the commodification of knowledge. So that's an essential part of the question in the moral economy, whether you can commodify knowledge or not, if you are referring to this experience that we are having. So as long as we are not commodifying knowledge, but at the same time keeping it public, such as the universities, unfortunately, is turned into commercial institutions. With those commercial business model in the universities, everything has become KPI rather than producing a groundbreaking knowledge. I mean, the paradigm difference I'm referring, it requires essential research to develop, bring minds together and to develop models. I'm suggesting one model, you can suggest another model, the other person one. But what is important to be able to conduct such research rather than, for instance, every one of us doing research in Islamic banking because we can get project money is in Islamic banking, but it doesn't solve the problem. So therefore, if we can get out of this commodification of knowledge, commercialization of education system, I'm sure that we will move forward, and that has been my major concern, not only as a university system or the knowledge development, but importantly in the class as well. The new generation are considering even attending the class as tick boxing so that they can get a degree. Because the business model that we are running in universities as such is creating such an environment. And therefore, knowledge is a moral quality issue. So we have to give the necessary accessibility to everyone by breaking those barriers so that people have access to knowledge. That doesn't imply establishing plenty of universities as we have seen in many developing countries. That produce only, unfortunately, just educate the individuals with degrees, but who do not know anything. So form and the substance issue again in education. I think these are just my initial responses, but I'm happy to discuss further, even perhaps a moral economy of education conferences, perhaps as part of this paradigm shift promised in this country can be an important topic to look into. Thank you.
Okay, so we only have about less than 2 minutes. So I would like to invite just one question from the audience. The other audience, probably during tea and coffee break time, you still can approach our speakers to ask questions, inshallah. Okay.
Thank you. I'm Dr. Ghazali. I'm currently was with the Islamic Development Bank. I'm currently Secretary General of World Waqaf and Zakat Forum. With my respect to all of you, I like to ask my dear from World Bank. All the problems came from the World Bank. Why do I say so? We have skirted the major issue. The current capitalist economic system bring all the unintended consequences, first factor. Second, the corporate world control the world until the World Economic Forum had decided how the new world order. What has been said by our eminent speakers is that you need a radical change where the centrality of the cosmos plus the company bring humanity back to its own former greatness. You cannot have anything when 10% control the whole world and thinking that you can solve the problem. It happens in Malaysia too. The rich people never want to help. In the Islamic model, the rich people know their trusteeship. Richness is a trust. You help those who have in need. It's not a question of me first and this what. Therefore, the radical change is not a question of a cosmetic, systemic change. It is a civilizational change. Therefore, when we have Christianity, we have Judaism, and all the religions talk first, right? Then we are in safe hand. If until today, capitalists and economic barons talk, they can sell our soul, we will never have any soulful success in our life. Thank you very much, my comment.
Thank you. Any comment, Dr. Tatiana?
I think the only thing I would like to say is that here in Malaysia, a big part of our program is on Islamic finance. And we're working with the policymakers in developing Islamic finance precisely to bring in this more humane, inclusive aspect to the work.
Okay, with that, let's end our plenary section 3. I believe that it is a thoughtful and provoking discussion, inshallah. Okay, so you can feel free to approach our speakers during the coffee, tea break time, or even email them personally, so inshallah, so they will accommodate all your queries. Okay, with that, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and salam madani.
Walaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. May I humbly ask our panelists to please stand as we take a group photo for this session, inshallah. Depan. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator and our esteemed panelists for that very engaging panel session. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will go for a 10-minute break for tea right outside the hall, and we will resume back in the main hall with the plenary 4 session entitled Financing a Sustainable Humane Economy, the Role of Social Responsible Investment here in the main auditorium at 11 a.m. sharp. So see you back here in 10 minutes, inshallah. Thank you. Hope you had a nice refreshments outside. And we will straight away continue with plenary session 4, entitled Financing a Sustainable Humane Economy, the Role of Social Responsible Investment. Here we will be exploring the kind of incentives that exist for the global sukuk industry and Islamic venture capital markets to adopt and operationalize economic and social inclusion and well-being. To take us through this session, we have eminent scholars and panelists from around the world. Firstly is His Excellency Professor Emeritus Dr. Sanuk Mustafa, the Secretary General of the International Islamic Fiqh Academy, IIFA, from Saudi Arabia. Dato Haja Nik Amlizan Muhammad, the CEO of Kumpulan Wang Persaraan, KWAP, KWAP, Malaysia. Dr. Abdul Rahman Lahlu, the founding manager of Abwab Consultants from Morocco. And Mr. Muhammad Suhaimi Abdul Hamid, the CEO of Standard Chartered Sadiq, Malaysia. And to moderate this session, we have Professor Dr. Muhammad Kabir Hassan, the Professor of Finance from the University of New Orleans. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the moderator and panelists for the 4th plenary session.
And good morning. It's still good morning, right? So we started a little late, 11:22. We have 90 minutes. We have 3 very prominent speakers. And the common theme of this conference is Financing Sustainable Human Economy. But this is the 4th panel session, and we'll be focusing on the role of socially responsible investment. Now, this is a continuation of the other 3 panels, so we are trying to merge how the socially responsible investment can play a very critical role. So, just a quick introduction of the panel members. So, we do have 3 distinguished personalities. We have Datu Amlijan Muhammad. She is the CEO of Public Pension Fund in Malaysia. She has been trained, her undergrad from the United States, and also recently she visited Harvard. Then we have very, very famous man, world-renowned, Professor Dr. Sanuk Mustafa. I always see him on the Facebook for some reason, with all his accomplishment. He is a product of Malaysia. He was a professor here. He was a minister of the Guinea, a country, and currently, he's holding a very important position, Secretary General of International Fiqh Academy. Then we have Dr. Abdul Rahman Lahlu. He is from Morocco. He has been trained in France, so he knows 3 languages. He has been in this Islamic banking finance, has been instrumental of developing some financial and academic institutions in Morocco. So with this, we'll have each presenter will give up to maximum 12 minutes in the first round after my introductory comment. And then I want to open up the audience, the floor to the audience so that you can ask very pointed questions to learn from them because they have wealth of knowledge from their academic and practical experience in their respective field. So with this, and myself, Kabir Hassan, I'm a poor academic. If I were in Malaysia, I would have been retired like King Aslam. So there are 2 Aslam here. One is King Aslam, the other one is Prince Aslam. I didn't know this, I was told by his student. One is Aslam Hanif, the other one is Aslam Akbar. So now, let me just set the stage so that we can learn from our distinguished panel members. So when we talk about the Islamic economic system, it has different things, but if you focus on Islamic finance, and we can divide it into two parts, Islamic commercial finance, banking, insurance that you talk about, and then you have huge area of Islamic social finance. I was recently in Saudi Arabia. There is a called Awqaf agency, and they have recently published a monograph, and actually Professor Abdul Rahman was part of it, but they are revising it. Currently in Saudi Arabia, there are $430 billion worth of Waqf assets. Those are registered. And the unregistered, if you combine them, is more than $1 trillion. So I'm talking about, we talk about capital, lack of capital. We don't have that problem in Islamic world. The problem is the mindset. So now, is social finance a recent development? Not really. I mean, it goes through centuries. It has different name. Community investing, microfinance, social investment, bond, crowdfunding, CSR, ESG, SRI, VVI, created in Malaysia, SDG, recent sustainability. You talk about social return, we talk about private return, we talk about social capital, social entrepreneurship, we talk about morality, moral economy, being human, circular economy, Professor Tariqullah, circular economy, moral economy is, what is Mehmet? So we have the two proponents of these two ways of thinking. We have charitable banking, Qardul Hassan, nobody talks about, but we have a huge experience in Pakistan. Akhwat has done a wonderful thing. Now the question is, the need to have Islamic social finance, can it be achieved via maqasid of Sharia? We talk about maqasid, what is the ultimate goal of Sharia? To have a good life on this earth, the way I understand, and have a better life when we die in the day of judgment. Now, the Islamic commercial finance is inadequate to fulfill all segments of population. There has been tons of studies done by you, me, everybody else. You practice this from the academic standpoint. It is really inadequate. And there are different criticism, positive and negative. That the Sharia contracts used and their objectives are different when it is used for not-for-profit purposes. So commercial and social. Now the institutionalization of Islamic social finance is important to reach out to those who are in need of it. Now, just to give you, recently I was part of an Oxford Syed Business School faith-based investment platform. So we did a sort of scaling. What is the size of this socially responsible investment universe? Now, we have divided them into different categories: grants, program-related investment, mission-related investment, impact investment, development finance, ESG finance. So this is about $75 billion in grants. PRI and MRI is around $1.5 trillion globally. You have the impact investment space using a survey published in 2020. The GIIN estimate the core impact and investment market size is about $715 billion. Development finance, 25 HIPSO Signatory Development Finance Institution could be seen as impact investors with a total asset of $724 billion. And the risk-adjusted rate of return for this is about roughly 10%. When you talk about the ESG universe, in 2018, more than half of all global assets under management followed some ESG with a market size of $54 trillion. And evidence suggests that 95% of the ESG rate of return is negative. Now, the question is, finance brings value to the economy. And this is a study done by former central bank governor in Malaysia. I forgot her name. So she talked about this long-term orientation of anything that you do, that protects the long-term interest of its beneficiaries. It brings value to the economy. It adopts ESG within the framework, avoiding high-risk speculative activities, protects the economy from distortion, increases the potential for efficient allocation of resources. And what would be the investment strategies? Maximize both financial returns and the social good, improve sustainability and overall impact on the economy. And all of these aspects will be touched upon by our distinguished panelists. So Islamic finance and ESG, when you talk about the banks itself, Islamic banks should acknowledge the ESG issues have financial relevance to their financing operations. These banks should assess the indirect ESG riskiness that affect their own financial performance. And Islamic asset managers should assess the degree to which their exclusion of Sharia-compliant financing may benefit more from additional ESG screening in markets. Central banks and the regulators should also assess the degree to which specific types of ESG risks that are relevant to the economic sectors typically financed by Islamic banks are addressed, and their researchers in industry and academia also should analyze the degree to which ESG risk of bank financing obligors creates different financial outcomes in markets with a large degree of Islamic banking activities. And same way, they should also determine the degree to which ESG and Sharia compliance are complementary across a wider range of asset classes and markets. So, is there a convergence between the two types of finance, Islamic finance and ethical finance? Yes, they share common goals. They have the long-term orientation and sustainability, financial inclusion. They include ethical values. They want economic well-being for everyone. It's a faith-independent, and what is the ultimate goal? The preserving interest for the next generation. Now, what we also looked at, we analyzed 7 main religions in the world, and we're trying to search in this religion, is there anything written about sustainable investment? So there are 3 monotheistic religions, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. And from their religious text and religious scripture, it is directly mentioned, the specific investment objectives. But the other religions like Hinduism, Buddhism, Sikhism, Jainism, the principles from which investment principle can be inferred, implied, even though it is not strictly said. But all of these 7 religions we have found principles that support impact investment. So there is no difference among these different faith traditions of this convergence. Having said this, so there's a recent study came out. Now, not everybody is aware of, I'm talking about this ESG, environment, social, and governance framework. There are some investors who are unaware, some investors are aware of these activities, and some are very motivated. You know, Occupy the Wall Street, the younger generation, basically, they are more attuned to preserving the nature. You know, they want to see exploitation to stop and so on. Now, within the framework of the pricing framework, we call this CAPM, Efficient Frontier Framework. I just want to show you, it is not less costly. So if you are an aware investor, and I want to make you aware investor by forming a portfolio framework, you can increase the ESG information, can increase your return by 12%. And once you reach the aware level from the unaware investor to the aware, and if you go from aware to the motivated one, they want more than that. They want to, have circular economy, moral economy, all combinations that you find. There is a cost to it. It has been found from this empirical data analysis, 4% decrease in SR with doubling ESG. So if you want to include all ESG indicators or data, you are actually reducing your rate of return to the investors. So there's a trade-off. You have to really, and you need to find the top position A. So objective is to have this movement or advocacy so that people become aware of climate change. You know, if Donald Trump comes into power, he's going to change the rule again. But climate change is real. We are changing. We want to leave the world, livable for our next generation.
Now, there are investment tools within the Islamic framework, like investment type, fund type. We have the crowdfunding is a new phenomenon. Your crowdfunding investment, what impact enterprises, crowdfunding platforms, and who are these people playing these games? Micro enterprise. You have the green investment, you have the green sukuk, and you target this renewable energy enterprise, and objective is to reduction in carbon emissions. You have the microfinance, Islamic microfinance. I'm originally from Bangladesh. We are the father of microfinance. And Islamic microfinance as well, because Islamic Bank Bangladesh Limited has the largest Islamic microfinance framework. And what is the objective? Financial inclusion. I have to advocate for my country, Islam. Okay. Insurance coverage for the poor, takaful, you have the microinsurance risk mitigation, you have the social investment, you have the SRI sukuk, you have the EISAN, EISN sukuk in Malaysia. There are different examples all over the world, the government programs, inclusive business, social. What is the objective? Improve access to health, education. You have SME finance. It's a very neglected area of any country you go to. Mosharaka, Modaraba, some sort of partnership financing is real, needed. Livelihood improvements, and then you also have the value chain. Islamic VC is very much non-existent. Cooperatives, inclusive business, and ultimate goal is to create employment. So there is a disconnect between Islamic social finance and Islamic commercial finance. Currently, Islamic social finance is not merged with Islamic commercial finance, and there is an opportunity to merge ISF with ICIEF. There are different institutions of ISF are developed in an ad hoc manner, detached from each other. So you really need to institutionalize, both sectors need to work together, and they can come up with an integrated model. Lack of governance framework required for Islamic social finance, legal, regulatory, Sharia governance framework required for ISF can be enacted, and it could be developed in a systematic way. But fortunately, we can learn lessons from Malaysia and Indonesia, Zakat, Waqaf, they are doing great work. The remote use of technology, we cannot really live in this world, in the world of AI. We need to have the well-versed in technology, have to integrate technology in the Islamic social finance. By doing this, and actually we can make them more efficient. And finally, challenges in balancing demand and supply side. Effective policy tools need to be formulated and adopted to ensure Islamic social finance can mobilize enough funds to reach out to those in need, and investment avenues are required for sustainability. With that, my time is up, so let me stop here. And now I want to ask our first presenter, Datu Aman. So the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning to everyone here. I would like to first of all thank IIUM for inviting me to be part of this highly esteemed panel members. Indeed, it is truly humbling and a humbling experience for me to feel like I can perhaps contribute from a different perspective as a practitioner that has to face the industry directly, as well as for me to hope and bring Co-op to rise to the occasion, to the expectation that meets the expectation of our stakeholders. Okay, if you look back historically, I think Prof. Hassan just now as well mentioned, and shared a slide on this. If you look at back historically, in terms of the published evidences, the origin of social responsible investing took root in faith investing, which eventually developed into awareness of social responsibility of different corporations. So whilst if you look at from 1970s, the Greenpeace movement started by the younger generations then, what we saw was that ethical investment products started to emerge to meet the demands of this particular type of customers who gravitated towards political correctness. Now, the earliest established ethical fund that I could find was the UK's Friends Provident Stewardship Fund, which was established in 1984. So it was observed that the fund did not take a proactive approach towards ethical investment, rather they took the exclusion approach. So that became the basis basically for many of the asset owners as well as investment managers to take the kind of the exclusion approach, where they withdraw from involvement in any companies that do not meet the guidelines. So when I first started my career more than 30 years ago, in early 1990s, exclusion was still very much the standard for both Sharia and ethical investment in the public equity space. So even though the set of criteria for the screening may differ between these two requirements, both of them were basically mostly done on a broad capacity based on sector-specific exposure and sector-specific exclusion, as well as specific names that are widely known not to be Sharia or ethical. Now, Securities Commission published its first Sharia-compliant securities list in year 2000. That has transformed the selection process for the Sharia funds tremendously, as individual investment houses started to practice inclusion because the exclusion part has been taken up at a higher level. So what they've done is taken up this as a universe and decided to do the selection based on inclusion. So this list continues to be practiced by Securities Commission twice a year. It's published in May and November of every year. Unfortunately, the same cannot be said about ethical investments. It remains fragmented until today at individual organization preferences, as well as based on their stakeholders' preferences. This is due to absence of standardization. I think we saw earlier in terms of there are so many different permutations of the standards. Like there's SRI, there's ESG, ethical, as well as climate change. There's so many variations. So for us, basically social responsible investment, we saw eventually evolved to become this well-known ESG standard that we have currently. When United Nations first established its 2004 report called Who Cares Wins? Connecting the financial markets to a changing world. So recommendations in the report basically call upon 9 different categories of market players onto actions. So for pension fund trustees such as QOP, we were encouraged to consider ESG issues in formulation of our investment mandates, as well as selection of the fund managers who take care of our funds. We also are asked to proactively consider the principles of sustainable development, taking into account our fiduciary duty to our participants as well as beneficiaries. So this 20-year-old document remains relevant until now. And it basically marks the start of ESG becoming this mainstream, to go into the mainstream investment industry, as well as become this global phenomenon that started with only 63 asset managers signing up to it. That was about $6.5 trillion then. Now, to date, it has 5,384 signatories, representing in excess of $121 trillion. This list is still growing. The latest signatory was only merely 2 days ago. Another game-changer event that took place then was the Paris Agreement that was legally adopted back in 2015-2016 by 195 signatories to limit the global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius by the end of this century. You know fully well that there is this requirement that for the climate, basically the temperature of the world to peak before 2025. That is next year. And to drop by another by 43% by 2030 to meet this target. So there is this very short window of time that we have to act upon. And for us, if we're very serious about moving ahead to meet this target, we need to have a whole of society kind of approach to address this looming crisis. And as governments across the globe become signatory to Paris Agreement, regulations were introduced to facilitate the whole of society approach towards meeting these targets that's been set. So I'd like to take this opportunity to perhaps share some of the regulations and guidelines introduced in Malaysia. So in 2019, for example, Bank Negara Malaysia introduced value-based intermediation financing and investment impact assessment framework. And since then, another 3 different documents have been published by Bank Negara, namely Climate Change and Principle-Based Taxonomy, Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures Application Guide for Malaysian Financial Institutions, and Climate Risk Management and Scenario Analysis. Securities Commission had also introduced Principle-Based Sustainable and Responsible Investment Taxonomy for Malaysian Capital Market. The second report was the Sustainable and Responsible Investment Guide for Private Markets, and ASEAN Taxonomy for Sustainable Finance, amongst others. Ministry of Finance for Malaysia had also introduced sustainable investing standards, besides the earlier principles of good governance for government-linked investment companies that Co-op is part of. Co-op is actually a very young organization. We were established back in 2007. Currently, we have approximately 170 billion ringgit fund that has embedded supporting nation building, delivering sustainable benefits, and adopting best practices into our vision and mission statements. So it has been embedded into at the high level in terms of our belief system. In fact, our investment belief systems state clearly that integrating ESG practices will generate sustainable risk-adjusted returns and will also enable us to operate responsibly that is in line with our fiduciary duty. Co-op's tagline, we have a tagline, as teman persaudaraan anda or your retirement companion, implies strongly that we care about our pensioners and will always act upon their best long-term interests. So when we were first established, the most common sustainability-related investment theme was basically ethical investment. And the way that the selection of such ethical investment was done was through, as I mentioned earlier, negative screening and exclusion. So what Co-op has done back in 2007 was actually to introduce such screening to exclude sectors such as gambling, tobacco, and any other sectors that was obviously unethical. What I do observe now is that this negative screening, while still applicable to index providers, there seems to be a drive by asset owners from do no harm, do no wrong, to do good via impact investing, meaning that many institutional investors have started to assist their investee companies that have clear plans to pivot or transition towards more sustainable business operations, even though their business operations currently do not meet the standard. And as you could observe on Co-op's sustainability journey chart, as I've shared here, this journey is only at the beginning. Something perhaps I can share, back in 2016, we had to introduce our own ESG rating methodology. So we have our own internal ESG rating, because what we discovered was then the global index providers or rating agencies, when they came to us, it was very much exclusion, one. Number two, it did not take into consideration the societal impact of those exclusions. For example, you know how important palm oil industry is for Malaysia. It would disrupt a lot, it would affect the communities in Malaysia directly if there is no investors interested to assist for us to pivot to make sure that the practices, the sustainable practices are in place. So we have decided to do our own that meets our own standard, our own expectation, as well as our stakeholders' expectation. And I do believe that this evolution will continue into the future, but I think we have to also be conscious. What is good today may no longer be good in the future. I'll give you one simple example. Purchasing carbon credit, it is acceptable, but do you do that? Do you purchase carbon credit after you have exhausted all means to make sure that you have, basically make sure that your operations, you have done all the necessary to make sure that you don't have to just simply, use your capital, your funds to just simply buy the credit? It may be seen now as greenwashing if you just simply decide to not do anything and just simply buy carbon credit in order for you to meet your net zero target or your net neutral target. So I do foresee more asset owners to drive impact investing in the private market as this race towards net zero pledges will gather momentum by 2030 and beyond. And I think as mentioned earlier as well by Prof. Hassan, underlying principles of do good from Sharia perspective is basically also the essence of SRI principles, very much aligned together. So it always starts with the intention. Intention must start first to drive on niyat, to drive changes through investment in specific areas of interest for the benefit of the society. So for Co-op, our interest as far as impact investing is concerned is in 6 verticals I've shared there at number 3. So we have pledged to allocate at least 10% of our total fund size by 2030 in civil economy, food security, climate change, financial inclusion, digital economy, and education. So this final slide also itemizes how we at Co-op integrate ESG in all of our investment decision-making processes. Challenges are indeed abound. I must say that it was tough to drive changes in the public market space, particularly when we have decided not to appoint any nominee board directors. So this is where we expect the independent directors to play their roles better in ensuring sustainable practices are infused in the company's daily activities. In cases where we find them not up to the expected standard, we do engage with them and follow up on the improvements that we wish to see. I give one example. Sorry, I know my time is up, Prof, but give me a bit more time. So one example was that we actually engaged with one of the companies that we invested in because of the poor living conditions of their workers. So we continue to engage with them and actually follow up with them to see the improvements that they have done. And we have also invested in 2 workers' accommodations in Malaysia last year to ensure that the companies know what to emulate, how to emulate to meet the global standards for such accommodations that are fitting for their workers. For fixed income securities, of course, we have been participating in many of the green sukuk issuances by both Malaysian government as well as Malaysian corporations. And we are currently actively building our private market exposure. So SRI expectation has been built into investment selection processes for both impact and positive inclusion basis. Just to share also the real estate properties that we have, for example, the building that we occupy currently is platinum LEED rated. So we are currently making sure that all of our properties globally will be green rated. So with this full integration at the enterprise level and with enabling environment ecosystem in place, such as policy, regulatory frameworks, infrastructure, talents and expertise, as well as experience, social responsible investing will continue to be the main consideration for Co-op in our effort to sustain a humane economy that forms the main thrust of the Malaysian civil Madani society. Thank you.
The Malaysian Public Pension Fund. So I want to move to our next speaker, Professor Dr. Sanuk Mustafa. Please, the floor is yours.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Sallallahu wasallam wa baraka ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa ashabihi wa sallama tasliman kathira. My good MC, the moderator of the session, my beloved brother, Prof. Aslam, my beloved Professor Emeritus Datu Aman, brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. For those students who know me, I'm a very, very bad reader. So therefore, I was told that I have to make a presentation on these things. I'm so worried that the time will be off before I finish reading the first section. Could you just allow me to speak out my mind? What I have is something from my heart to you. Hopefully that you will get the message before we finish within the next 10 minutes, inshallah. If that's the case, those people are willing to follow this one, you can go through, but I'll be speaking something from my mind, which is in line, which is the summary of what I'm going to say in this. I'm grateful and thankful to Malaysia, Malaysian government, for hosting this important conference, which is International Islamic Economics. This is the second time that Malaysia has hosted this showing the interest, showing the support that the government is giving to, and the people of Malaysia itself. Malaysia is known to become one of those destinations for the Islamic economy. I'm talking about Islamic economics, not about Islamic finance, that the banking and financial institutions that we do have, because Islamic economics will cover wider and broader areas of interest for the Muslims. First and foremost, we all know in this hall that investment in Islam, it is ibadah. It is an act of worship. It is just like praying, like fasting, like paying zakat if you are able to do so. So therefore, when we have to talk about the area of this, the philosophy and the fundamental of Islamic economy, basically, one will say it is morally oriented economy, ethically oriented economy, but it is based on what you call the morality, compassion, justice, and you may say also the fear of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That is from the ground that the wealth in our hands is a trust, and the wealth is belong to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Therefore, any actions we do in this wealth, we are accountable. We have been entrusted, and we have to make sure that we will handle it morally, and we will do it in the way that nobody will go against, and that would going to be harmful to anybody that we do. So the morality is there, and it has to be there. Even though when you talk about Adam Smith, who is the father of all this, the concept of laissez-faire in economy, but you could find it that himself was having the morality. Because when the morality is no longer there in any financial actions, then it's going to be more harmful and destructive to the society. So therefore, what we do explore in Islamic economy when we want to come to this one. Let me say this. We have three modes of investment. You have one, we call it murabaha, where you are having somebody enhance the money, and if he or she does not know or wants to purchase something, he or she has to go through some institutions, used to be individuals, then the person, both of them, they have an idea, we have clear idea about what the profit of the person who is going to work for that one and what is going to be the cost of these things. There's no any uncertainty. The second mode will have to go to the mudaraba. There is an integration between the profession, knowledge, and wealth. Because sometimes you might be very wealthy by inheritance, by whatever the sources could be, but you do not know how to manage the wealth. And Islam does not want everybody to become business people, businessmen. You don't want everybody to become Sharia teachers or to be lawyers or be medical doctors, but the society has to be in the way. We have specialists, people who knows the investment. They should be the one who should handle it. Do not take any risk to get into this area if you don't know. Therefore, Mudaraba was created in Islam, that the wealth and profession will come together, and then they will make the business, and then the society will be happy for that one. Lastly is the musharaka. So you have murabaha, mudaraba, and musharaka. And that musharaka will bring together the wealth. Those people who knows, but you do not have that much enough or enough fund, then you can join. You bring the money with the other money, and then you combine, and then you can make the business. But all the things should be based on some of the principles, we do call it the goals of the Islamic, what we call the Islamic investment in Islam. Some people think that investment in Islam was just meant for, not for the growth of the profit. That is not the case. In fact, we have the 5 maqasid of investment in Islam. When we talk about maqasid of Sharia, I'm so worried to say it's not that maqasid which is needed in every single thing we do. Because you have general maqasid, which are known to all of you here with the 5 maqasid. But in addition to that, we have what we do call it the specific maqasid. Investments has a maqasid. Marriage has maqasid. Transactions have maqasid. So what I'm calling upon the people interested in the area of maqasid, you must make sure that you differentiate between. Because when you talk the maqasid of Sharia is so big and so broad, people might be thinking when you say the protection of life, protection of religion, protection of the intellect, protection of the wealth, protection of the family, that's cover the whole religion. But when you come to the investment itself, we have another 5 maqasid here, one will have to think about it. First and foremost is the growth. Do not get into business without thinking of making money. Having money in business, it is Islamically approved. Because Prophet Muhammad said, "Ittajiru fi amwali al-yatama, kay la ta'kulahu sadaqa." When you've been entrusted to give the money, the wealth of the orphans, you cannot keep it along with you. You must invest. An investment becomes compulsory upon you. Why? Because if you do not invest, it will end up to finish. Because zakat is based on growth. If there is no growth, there is no zakat. If the wealth is being kept, today you could pay it. The next day, the year after that, you will not be able to pay it. So therefore, the growth should be one of the maqsad, one of the objectives of Sharia. When you come to the investment, do not get worried or get ashamed or get shy to say, I'm not looking. You have to look for money because you will be entitled to pay zakat. If you don't have investors and good business people, who will be paying zakat? And when the zakat is known to be one of the pillars of Islam, and that pillar will not be there without the investment. So therefore, investment is compulsory for those people who have money. And this is compulsory because you cannot have negative saving. If everybody today decide to put their money in the box, that will be a big problem for all of us with that one. So therefore, the growth is a compulsory for those people who are getting the investment. You have to work for it, look for it, and having it, it is Islamically approved. The justice will go, the social justice, the whole Islamic economic turn around this social justice. We want the wealth to be circulated. We want many people to enjoy because the wealth is belong to Allah, and Allah has given the trust to some people, and that they have to make sure that every single human being in the society, they have some idea to get this wealth to be done, that has to be circulated and cannot be kept in a few hands and cannot be only among a few people. The protection of the wealth also is another issue. The wealth must be protected, meaning don't take the risk of investments. People who do not know some of the areas of the investment do not get risk to get their money and put in that one. And say because the wealth you've been entrusted, as you've been entrusted to educate, you've been entrusted to conduct, to teach, you must make sure that you protect the wealth. And protecting the wealth in the way that's not going to be said. The fourth one comes to the clarity and transparency. The transparency in Islam is a thing. When Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, في سورة المدثر, يا أيها المدثر قم فأنذر وربك فكبر وثيابك فطهر. When you look for any verses in the Quran which talk about the transparency, you get وثيابك فطهر, and purify your clothes. The clothes, that means over here, your pocket. The money that you get in here must be pure. The money you get in to get to feed your family must be pure. In anything you get from that one must be pure. So it's not only the clothes that we do, but any activity we do, our life has to be purified. That has to do with the transparency and clarity. Lastly, and this is the sustainability which is today emphasized, continuity and durability. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala حب إلى الأعمال إلى الله عز وجل خير الأعمال وإن قل أدومه وإن قل. When the work, the deed you do, when if it is small, but if it can be sustainable, is the one Allah wants it. Don't look for big, but it doesn't last. So you look for even small, but that can last. That we talk about the sustainability. So the investments have to go for this and have to make sure that one. So let us come to the main issues here. We finish with that one. That the exploring the Sharia goes for a human economy. That one, we want the economy to be human. And Islam, it is human, and it must be human. Once it's no longer human, it's no longer Islamic. Take it that way. Any economy, any investment, any actions is not human, then do not look at and do not associate to Islam. Human has to take the compassion, has to be compassionate, to be just, to be something which is not harmful, to be something which is beneficial, and to be something which is prosperity. So when it goes against these things, the humanism of the economy wouldn't be there, and we have to make it. So to make that one, it has to be free to enter in freedom of enter in a contract. We cannot force the people to do the investment in area that they do not like it, which is not going to be profitable to them. We have the avoidance mispresentation. You cannot have such kind of the things between the things which are not going. You avoid the riba and you avoid the price manipulation. They call it the ihtikar. And then the promotion of cooperation and solidarity, where you have the integration between the wealth and profession. And finally, we talk about the developing a sustainable, that one. The sustainable solution, the economy, must enable us to alleviate the poverty, must enable us to alleviate the social inclusion. We must make sure that the sustainability stands for fighting, combating against the poverty, against ignorance, against the sickness, against these inclusions in the society. It has to go and has to work together with all these things there. Let me finish with calling upon our beloved brothers and sisters doing all this research in the area of Islamic sustainability. Islamic social finance today is true. We are talking about the institutions of zakat, institution of waqf, institution of the wealth, and all the things are institutions. Which is most important to be known to all of us. We must know that it shouldn't be anything harmful to anybody, and the social justice, any financial activity, any financial investment, any financial institution which is not promoting, which is not fighting against the corruption, against that the ignorance, against the poverty in the society, you shouldn't associate it to the Islam. You shouldn't make it that in Islam, part of the Islamic economy, because Islamic economics stands for this, and it is meant for that. As the wealth being given to us, we want to make sure that the people must enjoy it. And what we should enjoy, environment is belong to us, it all belong to all mankind, the wealth is all belong of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, but it's meant in the way that the hands have been entrusted to handle it, hands have been entrusted to run it, they have to make sure they do it humanly, and they have to make sure they do it justly, and they avoid any harmful products, any harmful activities, anything which is going to be destructive to the society. I thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Professor Dr. Sanuk Mustafa, for such a wonderful deliberation. Now we are coming to our third speaker, Dr. Abdul Rahman Lahulu. He is the founding manager of Abu Consultancy in Morocco.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقه قولي. سيدات والسادة, السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Thank you, Brother Hassan. Salam to Sheikh Sanuk, to Nick, and all the audience. I've been introduced as a founding manager of Abu Consultant. This is my business, my own company, but I'm also here as a representative and president of the Academy of Participative Finance. In Morocco, we call Islamic Finance Participative Finance, and this association is dealing with awareness about Islamic finance. The first preliminary remark is that I'm coming from an area, a French-speaking area, where we have the opportunity to speak English once or twice a year. That's why I'm happy to be with you today, because it's a training for me. The second remark is that I'm a practitioner rather than an academician, because I'm a consultant in the ground, in the field of Islamic economics. So, go to the point. There is no doubt that today there is an emerging success of responsible finance, which is a part or a component of total global sustainable finance, beside sharing funds and solidarity funds, and beside green funds. Responsible finance was an appeal to transparency and a response to opacity in financial practices that cause excessive risks on short-term opportunistic profitability. And there we have two paradigms. The Western paradigm, where the ESG awareness increase is spelled out or announced to be at the service of sustainable economy without necessarily being considered as a philanthropic finance or even a human-centered finance. On the ground, the motto could be simply, more care to environment and populations makes better business opportunities. The elements that may make the economy more human and sustainable may be first, transparency of top management salaries, but this may be no more than a political pressure. You have also employees' rights and welfare and customer protection that may come only with union pressures. Cooperative relations between company boards and management may be just experienced as a balanced mutual interest. And so, while in the Islamic paradigm, ESG awareness has to be an Islamic vision-based framework, which is broader and deeper than Sharia compliance. This framework includes individuals and groups' convictions based on faith, more than on law enforcement, and more than balanced interest game or social and government pressures. In addition to this differentiation between conventional and Islamic vision, and according to the said Islamic vision, there is an appeal to go beyond conventional ESG criteria in order to meet what we call ethical criteria. For example, in commercial transaction, respecting payment deadlines that are tolerable for the creditor. No tax evasion according to government rules because it's considered in Islam as a pact between the citizens and the state, offering a decent minimum level of wage, encouraging an optimal capital-labor ratio in industries and services. I'm thinking about artificial intelligence and job distraction. So you may say that all these requirements have to be met by the companies according to the law and regulation, but on the ground, in many developing countries, they are not respected due to the lack of enforcement. Let's come to financing the sustainable human economy, and let's talk about tools and sectors. About the tools, through which responsible financing canals or strategies can we operate the Islamic vision and tools? According to the universal typology, you have three strategies or canals. We have the negative screening, that you know, where ethical funds, for example, use to exclude identified harmful activities. We have the positive screening that adopts thematic investments, such as education sector or subsistence agriculture. And you have the activist investment policies, where you have a direct dialogue with companies for improving responsible practices assessed through their ESG rating profile. This is, for me, the privileged field to operate the Sharia framework with effectiveness and also with efficiency. Efficiency, for me, is the systemic input-output ratio. That means more results with same efforts. The second point is the sectors. In which sector, Islamic finance sector, can we get the highest level of efficiency? Is it in the capital market, sukuk and funds? This canal allows only negative screening strategies and not an activist policy. In this field, Islamic finance gets so close to conventional finance. Then, in banking sector, yes, but only if Islamic banks are to develop profit and loss sharing financing more than debt financing. Because through debt financing, you have poor influence for dialogue with your customer about ESG criteria. You can hardly put some conditions on halal and haram use of the goods you are financing through murabaha or leasing, or through the money you are giving to the company within Salam as working capital. Then, how to reach making more human the investments you are financing. In contrast, profit and loss sharing contracts, products allow the bank to guide investment towards human economy, either through contractual conditions, this is both in mudaraba and musharaka, or through an active participation to the board in case of musharaka. Now, what about the ability or capacity of Islamic finance sector to perform in responsible finance? You have here some figures that show the domination of banking sector, 70%, and among these 70%, only 5% are PLS oriented. That shows that we are very limited to have a real impact on the economy. The question is, can the economy system rely on finance for a more human status? My answer is, I doubt. And this is both for conventional finance and Islamic finance. I doubt as long as finance is considered as an independent sector with a specific logic and mindset, which dominates and in some contexts enslaves the economy activity rather than being at its service, or at least being in a total synergy with it. This is what we called, Professor Asutai yesterday talked about this, and this morning also, the financialization of the economy, which doesn't exclude the Islamic banking sector as well. In a way that the Islamic banking sector has itself a mainstream model and a more developmental model. That's why we need to have a disruptive change. Let me share with you in a conclusion this mind mapping where we have the elements of the Islamic economic or the economic components in Islamic vision. And it's a kind of reorganization of the mind mapping you presented, Brother Hassan. In the economic system, we have these three elements: environment and sustainable development, social area, and politics. This is the backbone of the system. And on the right and the left, which complete the pyramid, you have finance area and trading industry area that is commercial. Both of them are commercial because I put the social finance not in the blue pyramid, but in the social. Zakat and waqf are inside the system. So the perimeter of the human economy for me is that. Trading industry, where you have the real production of the wealth, including the social aspects and environment and ISD. And in this scheme, financial has only a support relation with the system and is not the center of the system. Finance has to be embedded to the global, to the total economic system. And it's the politic area which has the role of monitoring the relation to the human economy and the perimeter. All this is based on economic system goals that are, for me, man centrality, value creation. We talked, Professor Sanuk talked about wealth, production of wealth. This is value creation, labor, fairness, and solidarity. These goals are the economic system goals that are themselves based on Sharia headline goals, maqasid al-Sharia, the fifth maqasid of Sharia. for those who think that this is the natural presentation of the economic system on the ground, look at this scheme. This is the reality. This is the ground. Presently, finance is throwing on the whole system, which is harmful, which is not, which doesn't allow finance to play its role in impacting the economy and orienting it through human economy. Because in the Islamic theory, we don't recognize a totally independent status to financial area. And also, Islamic economics doctrine has no monetarist vocation. It doesn't recognize money as an economic good, nor the interest rate as an adjustment tool of the economic activity. On the opposite, Islamic finance advocates for the framing of economy through public policies and according to the real wealth creation. In a conclusion, on the ground, Islamic finance didn't benefit from a holistic implementation in the world, and then it wasn't able to impact macroeconomic performance, and even less to establish a human economy. There is, and this is an aspect of the existing discrepancy between ideal goals and reality, and we all wish that disruptive change will happen, inshallah, thanks to the efforts of all the actors. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Abdul Rahman. So such a wonderful presentation from his own practical experience. So now we have 30 plus minutes. I want to (12:30) we finish. Okay. Oh, so 15 minutes because we started late. So I want to take 5 questions. So one from there, Zulki, one, then you, then sir here, you 4. I want a lady. Okay, the lady, 5th. Okay, that's all. Okay, you want to? Okay.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum. I'm from Malaysia. I have 2 things to say. One is that in this distinguished panel, we were talking about Islamic impact investment tools. And we talk about zakah and wakaf. Okay, why not then we go one step further of promoting the formation of Awqaf Bank. Awqaf Bank. It has been discussed in Malaysia for the past 10 years, especially by the late Tan Sri Ali Hashim from Jacob, but it was never being realized. So I hope that this conference will take up this as a big agenda, because we have our referral. This is our referral maybe from Awqaf Bank of Kuwait and Awqaf Bank of, I think, Qatar. One more. So, okay, then number 2 is that my last comment is that we were talking about human centrality of economy and finance. Humane economy. Well, I think in this conference, rightfully there should be one plenary or one short paper basing on human dignity. What are the criteria of human dignity? Or we call it karamah insania. Who actually are the movers of economy? And what kind of men are we talking about? What are the values of men? Because I think we should be having a broader mind that when we say Islamic economy and finance, well, basically we are talking about universal values for all. I mean, It is meant for humanity, but well, we put it in the various perspective of various.
Thank you, sir,
okay, thank you.
for the sake
thank
of
you very
time.
much.
So it's just a comment. So later on, I'll give you a chance to everyone. So Julkis Sri, you next. Yeah.
Okay, Assalamualaikum everybody. Thank you, Prof, for giving the chance. My question is quite direct because I think the last model we saw about financing is out of the ESG. So I think the understanding that financialization is still a priority for our sustainable development. Question is, if that is the case, then how can we achieve this so-called prosperity? What kind of a model are we talking about? Thank you.
Okay, we take your question. Then this brother, here. No. You. What's his name?
Myself?
Yes, please. A question directly. Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Jabir. I came all the way from Nigeria just to attend this conference, and it has been educative and insightful. Thank you very much. My question goes to Professor Sanuk. In your wonderful presentation, you have mention of 5 objectives of Islamic financing, which you refer to MS Maqasid Sharia, and you said they are distinct from them. These are exclusively for Islamic financing. My question here is that Maqasid Sharia, the 5 objectives, are mentioned by some classical, medieval, and contemporary scholars. What of these 5 objectives of Islamic financing? Are they also mentioned by classical, medieval, and contemporary scholars, or is it part of your finding as a professor of economics? Thank you.
Thank you. You want to ask a question, brother? Yeah, over there, please. No, you first. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. I will ask another hard question. All right, my point to all of us today, with your respect, why do we have to have, the title says humane economy. All the liberation is not about, human, it's the economy. So we too suffers from a legacy of the World Bank model thinking. We should have gone for the Islamic model of life, and therefore it will suspend to my dear professor, because we are still suffering from the dichotomous making economy had the determinant, even in our conference. Thank you.
Thank you. What was the last one, sister? What is the, okay, here. Then we'll take.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Murniati Mukhlisin. I'm from Taskia University, Indonesia, and Triple IT Indonesia. My question is, can we at the same time humanizing Islamic products and services, and at the same time humanizing human? Why am I asking this one? I would like to ask the experience from KENMS in Malaysia and Saudi Arabia, Prof. Sanuk and Dr. Abdul Rahman in Morocco. Why am I asking these questions? Number 1, because of the Surah Abasa wa tawalla an jahul a'ma wa ma yudrika la'allahu yazzakka aw yadhakkaru fatanfa'u dhikra. Number 2, because my understanding is Surah Qashid, I have another 2 additions. One is Hibzul Alam or Bi'ah, protections of environment, and the second one, the 7th one, is actually Hibzul Al-Ird or Hibzul Marwah, protections of dignity. Number 3, because I have not seen any brothers and sisters from special needs community since yesterday. And I don't see any sign language interpreter. Even our Prime Ministers spoke yesterday, and even in the YouTube. I'm very sorry about this, and I'm very disappointed. And I hope in the next 16th ICIEF, we will have the sign interpreter and special needs
Inshallah.
community. Thank you.
Inshallah. So we have got a number of questions. So I want to start with Dr. Abdul Rahman, or let's start with the ladies first. Okay. Datu Aman, you can take any question and answer. You have maximum 2 minutes.
Thank you for that. I think the intention when Co-op, because as I mentioned, Co-op is a young organization. Back in 2016, we tried to even pivot Co-op from being a conventional pension fund towards Sharia-based pension fund. It was a challenge. So we actually did basically the calculation from ground up. What we discovered was it was sub 50% that was in Sharia compliant. The main issue is that from public markets perspective, because perhaps we can make do with the investments, the potential availability of different securities, different companies that we can invest in, but it's quite difficult from private market perspective due to, as what was shared earlier, the finance and riba-based kind of exposure that the whole capital market is exposed to. The cleansing process itself would take out a big portion of the investment returns that will be available, that we should be distributing to the stakeholders who need the returns most. So what we have done is actually we do it when we look at the whole ecosystem. We need to basically assist the ecosystem to help ourselves in the future, over long term, to move towards that direction. For example, in the private market, we have to go down, and I think it's very much in line with what the requirements of, I think was shared earlier, in terms of having the equity rather than the bond financing, having the equity stake and driving the changes from within for these companies. So there will be a lot of, there will be some announcements that will be coming up, hopefully over the next 1 to 2 years, on that effort in the private market space. Because without that, it's quite difficult for us to move towards that. I think there was a discussion about human products and all that. I think that itself will evolve over time. It's quite difficult. It needs the whole of society approach again. So the asset owners, while the regulators can come and create the taxonomy to assist the financial institutions to meet all these requirements, I think the asset owners themselves, you have to do that impact investing that would be a lot more aligned to the Sharia principles in the first place. And for us to be quite focused in terms of areas, because we can't do everything at the same time. We need to be focused into areas that will benefit most to the society that we operate in. Thank you.
Thank you, Datu Aman and Professor Sanuk.
Thank you very much. I would like to appreciate the question for the first person who asked why we don't have a Waqaf bank. It is timely to call for that right now, because the Waqaf we do have mainly was immobile. This is the Waqaf in buildings and others, but the Waqaf area today has been gone beyond that one. We have money Waqaf, we have the temporary Waqaf, and then we have the Waqaf, different types of the Waqaf need to be promoted. We at the International Islamic Academy, we have made resolutions related to the Waqaf factor funding and the institution of the Waqaf, as well as the institution, even the wills, which has been neglected in the Muslim world. We don't talk too much about the wills, and the wills are known in the Western concept, which is the foundations. You have many of universities in the Western countries are all based on wills. And the wills are known for Muslims before that area. We could call it Wasaya. So it's been neglected. In addition to this Waqaf, I'm quietly very sure when the Muslims, Malaysia will take the leadership to go for this, establishing and funding the Waqaf banks, does not mean that we'll be spending the wealth of the Waqaf on the people. Because some of this wealth need to be invested. I mean, some of it need to be invested, and the investment of the Waqaf is a little bit different from the investment of the normal money that we do have. You don't get it when the sources, the capital itself has to be protected and have to make sure that it does not get lost. Because you cannot sell the land of the Waqaf except if you are sure by selling, I'm going to get better one. So if you know that selling is going to diminish and you're going to finish the Waqaf, there is no need for you, especially when it is restricted Waqaf. You have very open one and then you have restricted. So I do believe that with a bank under the name of the Waqaf, we'll develop more theories and more resolutions, and they will come up to become real institutions which can be helpful at the healthcare area, at the education, at different level. Waqaf has been helping even the birds. Sometimes you have the Waqaf for them. some places that you need to get this one. The last one, the question to our beloved brother. When I talk about maqasid, you know, maqasid, we have general maqasid, and they have specific maqasid. And they have the partial maqasid. Maqasid is divided into 3 areas. We have maqasid, the general one, which is the 5 one known to all, al-maqasid al-khamsa. But each department, each actions in Muslim world, in Islamic, what you call it, Islamic law, you have the specific maqasid. There is a specific maqasid for punishment in Islam, for transaction in Islam, for marriage in Islam. And that is taken away from hifz al-mal. When the general maqasid, which is talking hifz al-mal, then down there you have, like a country, you have a vision, and each ministry is handling its own. You cannot have the vision or the objective of Ministry of Education might be totally different from the objective of the Ministry of Finance or the Ministry of Health. So that specific objectives, we call them maqasid khasa. Maqasid khasa. They are only for this as the investment we did over here. There is a need to improve our understanding of this specific maqasid. People in the economics, and people all in criminal law, or people all in other environmental law, even the specific maqasid when you come to the environment. When you come to any of this bab, they call it any department we do have in Islam, do have to add. So it is coming. Of course, we developed it after learning more. And Sheikh Ibn Ashur, rahimahullah, one of the scholars known to be the Tunisian scholar Ibn Ashur, was one of the person who, from Shatibi, he informed the people that we do not continue to say maqasid, maqasid, and that we have to break it down. When you break it down, you will find it more clearly. Because many people think that when you talk about the growth, it's thinking that Islamic economy do not need to go for growth. No, you must go for growth. There's no business without growth, and then the growth, when it's been in danger, will be put in a very, very dangerous way that you cannot go for it. And Islam wants you to look for money. And what it wants you to do rightly, justly, and transparently.
Thank you, Dr. Sanuk.
Much.
Finally, Dr. Abdul Rahman.
Thank you. I would interact with 2 questions. The first one was how could we achieve prosperity through finance while you presented it as out of the system? Yes, the part of finance which is out of the system is the commercial finance, while you have the social finance which is embedded naturally in the system. And in social finance you have zakat and waqf. Zakat is powerful tool for horizontal distribution of wealth between social categories. And waqf is a powerful vertical way to distribute wealth between generations. And these 2 instruments are very powerful to finance a more human economy. You have also public finance. Finance coming from the state is very important. For me, it's as able as private finance to meet the human economy goals. In my country, in Morocco, for instance, public investment is growing much faster than private investment because people prefer put their money, any businessman put their money in building, real estate, and so on. So governments earn to consider ESG also as well in their financing action. The second question is that we talk about economy instead of talking about human concern and how to humanize the system, humanize the products. Of course, this is, I share your view. In my pyramid, in my system, I presented one of the goals of the economic system as a man-centered system. The Islamic system, economic system, has to be centered on man, on his dignity. Now, in the Western paradigm that we are witnessing now, there is no progress in this term. On the opposite, you have a regress in this term. Samir Amin, who was an economist, Egyptian economist, was talking about the unequal exchange, the unequal development in the last century. Now, there is an equal vision of humanity between the developed world and developing world. Earlier, when I was a student, we used to think that the economy is the last citadel to conquer for human dignity and for human behavior. But now we see that even the day-to-day human vision of the world has to be humanized, specifically since the war on Gaza and the attitude of some governments in the Western and also in the Arab and Islamic world. We need to humanize our vision of the world before humanizing economy. So I totally agree with your insight.
Thank you, Dr. Abdul Rahman. I want to give Dr. Amnizan 30 seconds. She has another point.
Just a quick one. I think besides the bank that you mentioned just now, Wakaf-based bank, another idea that I really like, that I think I'm a strong proponent of, is actually Wakaf exchange. A Wakaf exchange, I think it's a bit easier in terms of implementation because of the various Wakaf funds that are available out there. For it to be transacted basically or on an exchange whereby the transparency as well as governance will be better developed from that perspective. There are currently 3 social exchanges in the world, but there's no Wakaf exchange. So I think it's one of the things that we should be working for in Malaysia. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have 1 minute and 30 seconds because I gave 30 seconds to Sister Amnizan.
Sorry,
so 3
Prof.
points.
Sorry, Prof, we have to cut short.
I know. So first point is kick World Bank and IMF out of Malaysia. That will solve the problem of brother you that you were saying. I agree with you. Second point is that we need in a society capital and labor. And within the capital, I would divide a private capital and social capital. For the social capital, we need to humanization, spirituality, we need to develop whatever faith tradition that you belong to. If you're a Muslim majority country, follow the Islamic tenets very well because that purifies yourself, that will lead to the private capital. When you talk about private capital, if you look at the data that I have analyzed in the United States, over the years, you need labor and capital in the production process. The labor share of income of this is secularly declining over the years. That's why we see the inequality in a society. That's why I see death, generation, financialization, and so on. And my third point, I want to thank all 3 of my distinguished panelists and the audience for listening to us and for your wonderful question. And please enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Moderator, for that very engaging session. I would now like to invite everyone to please stand as we take a group photo with the panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain in the hall. I do have a few announcements to make. Thank you very much, dear moderator and esteemed panelists, for that very engaging session. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now 12:44, which is also lunch o'clock. But before I let you go, I do have at least 2 announcements, or 3 announcements. First, the papers that have been presented during the previous sessions, as well as the current and for the rest of the conference, the papers will be available on the website if they're not already currently. And also in the program book, you can also find the abstracts of those papers. But the full paper will be made available by the end of the day for the rest, for all the papers in all the sessions. Lunch will be served at the cafe upstairs on the ground floor as per yesterday, and the musalla is also on the ground floor. And lastly, I am obliged to mention to you that our venue host, Bank Negara Malaysia here, has a museum and art gallery which features 2 exhibitions on finance and economy in the same building that we are in. So you can perhaps check it out after the conference, inshallah. After the conference, as per Prof. Aslam mentioned. And lastly, if you did not register this morning, please do so by scanning the QR code available outside. If you didn't register, Prof. Aslam won't allow you to have lunch. All right? I'm just joking. But anyway, so with that, see you back here in the main hall at 2 p.m. sharp, inshallah, for our symposium. Thank you very much. See you soon. Assalamu alaikum.
Miss, since our MC is here,
screen the QR code that you see on screen right now. Thank you very much. wa barakatuh. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the second half of the second day of ICIEF, brought to you by IIUM. Now, this session is a little bit different than our previous plenary sessions and panel sessions that we have before, because welcome to the 9th International Symposium on Islamic Economics and Finance Education. So, this session today, we will be exploring the contemporary issues in Islamic finance education, such as curriculum, industry supply and demand, talent development, and more. To kick things off, please welcome to the stage Professor Dr. Muhammad Aslam Hanif, the founding director of the Center for Islamic Economics at IIUM and the Secretariat for the IFIFI, which is the International Federation of Islamic Economics and Finance Education. With that, over to you, sir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Of Islamic Economics and Finance Education. And what I'm going to do, because there's going to be a montage after this, and that will give some details, but what I want to do is just to go back a little bit into the history of these conferences. I can't say, as Prof. Tariqullah did this morning, that I have been involved with the conference since the first. So maybe about 10, 11 years after the first conference. If some of you remember, we had a workshop in the IIUM campus in Petaling Jaya, where we had the first workshop on teaching of Islamic economics. And I remember Prof. Fahim had a paper, and there were a few other papers. That, to me, was probably one of the first meetings in which we talked about specifically teaching Islamic economics. In other words, dealing with Islamic economics education. Yeah, so that was in 1987. And we've been talking about this with colleagues from IRTI, when Tariqullah, Prof. Fahim, with Salman in IRTI. We were talking about the need for us to actually focus on the education part. Because people are talking about banking finance, they're talking about industry, but not many people were talking about the education part of it. So we had many meetings among ourselves. There were even further workshops conducted. I remember some in Jeddah, some in KL, in other places. But there was no formal program to talk about this. So Alhamdulillah, in 2008, if I remember correctly, during the 7th international conference that was held in King Abdulaziz University in Jeddah, the first symposium on Islamic economics education was organized. So 2008, so that's the first. And then every conference after that, we have had either a half day or one session which specifically talked about Islamic economics and finance education. So following, Jeddah, we had in Doha, and then in Istanbul, and in Doha, and then in KL, Jakarta, and then Malaysia, and now again we are in the 9th symposium, which is organized together with the 15th conference. So the symposium has become formalized. The Symposium on Islamic Economics and Finance Education has become formalized and is part of this conference. And as mentioned, what do? We are basically focusing on what most of us, I think, in this room are involved in, and that is in the teaching and research in the areas of Islamic economics and finance. And I think this theme of the conference, of the symposium this time, is talking about two issues that I think in all the workshops that we have done, whether in Malaysia or in Indonesia, regionally, the two issues that have always been raised in nearly all those workshops are reference materials, or the lack of these reference materials that we can use in class, and secondly, the human resource
By that we mean the teachers, the lecturers who are actually teaching Islamic economics and finance. And these two are major challenges that we face. The demand for Islamic economics, especially Islamic finance, has grown leaps and bounds in the last 10, 15 years. Certainly in Indonesia, we have seen a tremendous demand. In Turkey, Prof. Mehmet will explain. Yeah? There's been a huge increase in the interest for Islamic economics and Islamic banking finance, and therefore the need for programs and courses, and then of course reference materials and teachers. So this is what I think the symposium this time is going to give focus on. But maybe just as a last remark, I just want to mention that we have a lot of experience in this room and outside this room, who are not here with us today physically, who have different experiences in their teaching and research in Islamic economics and finance. We really need to share these resources. I've said this on previous occasions and I'll say it again. We want to set up new programs, new universities, new schools of Islamic economics. But the resources are not there. The human resource and the reference materials are not there. So what happens? Another university is set up or another program is set up. Where do the people come from? They take it from the existing program. So at the end of the day, it's a zero-sum game. And we have stretched our resources so thinly that we are not really able to each of our institutions to do what we wanted to do. So I really make an appeal. We have to share our resources. And I think in today's world where the IT technology enables us to have hybrid sessions and all these things, it would be a real tragedy if we don't do this. All right? And I'll give an example. IDB, maybe 10, 15 years ago, maybe the Salman, Tariqullah will know this, had this program where we used to give lectures, right? So from KL, from Jeddah, from Durham, and we used to have people sitting in from 4 or 5 different locations listening to the lectures. I know in KL we used to do it at 5:30, I think, p.m. so that everybody could come in. Durham could come in, and Indonesia could come in, and so on. We can do it, right? So I really feel, I hope, one of the resolutions that we may make is to actually materialize this collaboration, sharing of resources for each other, and maybe even recognizing courses and teachers, lecturers from other universities in our programs so that they can become part of the curriculum of our university. I think we need to do this, and we need to stop thinking about just our own program or institution and think about Islamic economics and finance as one shared resource and heritage that we have. I think with that, I will stop here. Thank you very much. Enjoy the montage. And we have a special video. I haven't seen it also, the latest version, but we have a special address from one of the pioneers, Professor Anazarka. He has sent a kind of advice for young researchers. So I hope we will get to see that. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. And thank you very much, Prof. Aslam, for the welcoming speech of the 9th Symposium on Islamic Finance, Islamic Economics and Finance Education. Now, as mentioned by Prof. Aslam, please enjoy a short montage on IFIFI.
Welcome to a journey that began in 2008, where groundbreaking discussions on Islamic economics and finance education took center stage at the 7th ICIEF in King Abdulaziz University, Jeddah. These symposia paved the way for a significant milestone during the 11th ICIEF held in Kuala Lumpur from October 11th to 13th, 2016. It was during this event that a resolution was adopted, giving birth to the International Federation of Islamic Economics and Finance Education, or as it's fondly known, IFIEFE. The proposal suggested that the heart of IFIEF, its secretariat, be established at the International Islamic University Malaysia with the Center for Islamic Economics, CIE. Kulliyyah of Economics and Management Sciences playing a central administrative role. For over a decade, CIE and its dedicated personnel have played a pivotal role in research and training activities across Southeast Asia, shaping curricula and nurturing talent in Islamic economics and related fields.
Al-Salam alaikum. This is my advice to an economist who aspires to make a good contribution in Islamic economics. I must be brief. The link at the end gives details. Advice #1, have good knowledge of your two bases. Be an expert in dealing with the two major sources of Islamic economics, i.e. conventional economics CE and Sharia Quran, Sunnah, and relevant fiqh. The deeper you know and integrate both bases, the more potentially significant your contribution. Advice #2, don't start from zero. Don't start from zero in conventional economics. You must know it well before you can critique it well. To evaluate it fairly and convincingly from an Islamic point of view, you must also have good knowledge of relevant parts of Sharia, or work jointly and consult those who know. Powered by Dubverse. Advice #3, venture outside the box. Yes. Do think outside the conventional economic box. But note such efforts are unlikely to be convincing unless you have good knowledge of both conventional economics and Sharia. Advice #4, prepare an answer on what you did with your knowledge. On the day of judgment, each human will be asked by the Creator, what has he done with knowledge bestowed on him? We better have good answers. Many good actions are open to the knowledgeable.
Thank you very much. Can we have a round of applause for the videos and a special message? Thank you. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, will be the panel session led by a special presentation by the Director of IIUM, followed by a panel session. Now, I would like to call upon to the stage Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Dato Zulkifli bin Abdul Razak, Director of International Islamic University of Malaysia, to give the lead presentation entitled Issues in the Development of Reference Materials and Human Resource in Islamic Economics and Finance Education.
Rahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalam syafil anbiya mursalin Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. La hawla wa la quwwata illa billah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh to everybody, excellencies, invited guests, speakers, and certainly members of the organizing committee. Thank you very much for staying after lunch. Normally after lunch is not a popular session. But anyway, we'll try to give our best today. I am asked to talk about Islamic finance and economics, and I'm not an Islamic finance, neither am I an economist. There's supposed to be another 2 speakers here, somehow or other. I end up to be the only one, and therefore I need to entertain you for another 15 minutes. Inshallah, we'll try to do that as much as possible. Now, I've been with the university for barely 5 years, unlike Professor Aslam and many of you, and therefore you know the university better, and you know the subject matter better. But what I'm trying to share to you, perhaps from my experience in education, particularly in Malaysia, and how Islamic economics and finance and many other related ideas will be related to the kind of issues that was raised by Professor Aslam. It is not only limited to Islamic finance and economic. In the third world, I think there is a major issue. And therefore, some of the ideas and some of the things that I've been thinking about for a long time will be shared with you. And you need to now take it and zero it into whatever you are thinking so that it has its own relevance in this particular context. Can I use the slides now? Can I have the first slides, please? Okay. It is about development of materials in terms of Islamic finance and also human resource. All right, that is about the university. The university is also recognized by the United Nations University in areas of sustainable development, and we also hold a chair on the futures as far as UNESCO is concerned. Yeah, there's a number of accolades that the university has accumulated, not so much in these areas that I talking about, but more on areas of sustainable development and things related to it, which I think is also part of sustainable economics and finances at the same time. Now, I've got a special word to somehow or rather describe what we are in today, and I call it a weird model. What is a weird model? The word model stands for the first one. I think we are in a situation where everything in education, as far as I can see, is very westernized. When I talk about westernization, it is not about the location per se, it is more about the process has gone through. So maybe in this case, maybe 400 years ago or thereabout, when the first industrial revolution comes in, then everything seems to change from what it was before during the agricultural sort of era. Everything has gone into industrialization, and the industrialization now has moved on from Revolution 1, 2, 3, and we are into the Revolution 4, and I'm sure there'll be more revolutions as far as it's concerned. And therefore, this whole underlying of industrialization, I think, has a lot of impact in kind of the things that we're teaching, the kind of pedagogy, and the kind of curriculum that we want to develop. Yeah? So if you look at that model, you can see how Industrial Revolution has changed things from one to another until we are now at this stage, what we call this merging between the bio, the physical, and also the technological dimension at the same time. And this is, I think, the kind of influence that we are now experiencing, whether we like it or not. And all of this has been remarked by the Prime Minister, the path to expediency on financial system, along with the Western-centric models of development, must be critically examined by thinkers, people in the university in particular, you and me in particular. Why so? Because I thought most of these are very economic-centric. It may be related to you, but not everything could be defined just by economics alone, right? And worse, it is industrial-led. And the industry now tells us what to do. In Malaysia, oftentimes when we want to introduce courses, we'll be asked, what does the industry think? You know, you need to do some sort of a survey, and what the market says. If the market says it's no good, then you don't offer it, although sometimes it is very relevant to what we are trying to do. So the market seems to dictate what is it that the university can offer or cannot offer. And also then we run into this old idea of ranking, league tables, you know, being number one on very limited kind of a criteria defined by somebody else. Often it is a Western who defines what a university looks like and how good is a university. They will give the accolade and not of us. Yeah? At the end of the day, what worries me is that we become a kind of a dehumanizing sort of element, that we do not become, quote unquote, the Muslims that we are supposed to develop, given all these areas and all these other things. What do I mean by dehumanizing? You can already imagine in the first industrial revolution, many people do not speak about this. The kind of pollution, the kind of issues of climate change, global warming that we are facing today is almost 400 years old. It started with the first industrial revolution, moving on to the second industrial revolution, and those pollutions and what you call ecological failings are still with us, and we still do not have solutions how to solve that, right? And eventually, we found out it's better to do clean energy, clean up the environment, and so on and so forth. We go into a computerization where things is much cleaner, and we end up with another problem of loneliness, of people not connecting with one another, of being in person is an issue. And these are, I think, the new issues that comes in the context of mental health and all the things that we have been talking today, which is exacerbated by the coronavirus. The coronavirus, in a way, to me, is a blessing, that it put on a full stop that makes us think, what is it that we're getting into? The coronavirus tells us how life has been, quote unquote, dehumanized, in the sense that thousands and thousands of people who should have lived died because of the kind of situation they would do. One of the things that we fail is basically to connect between ourselves and fellow human beings around the world. So this idea of a weird model is something that we have been talking about for a long time that needs to change, and we call it a wiser model. A wiser model is the world that we want to create as we move into the future, and the wiser is an acronym for a few things. One is you need to look at things in a holistic sense. No longer can you fragment it. Science, non-science, economics, finance, all these things needs to go together. You need to integrate that so that there is a sense of purpose of what this discipline means, not on their own, but as a holistic thing. So in other words, it has to be inclusive, not only inclusive in the context of subject matter, but the inclusiveness in terms of practical use, the inclusiveness in terms of joint degrees, as we mentioned by Prof. Aslam. How can we share this? How can we make it relevant to other people at the same time? It has to be sustainable, of course. I think this is one of the major requirements for the world move forward. It has to be ethical. Sometimes it is sustainable, but it is not ethical. I think Tan Sri Azman talked about green mapping, greenwashing yesterday. And all this greenwashing, the ESG, for example, environment, society, governance. I'm not too sure whether it is sustainable if you really understand it. It could be a way of green washing, in other words, cutting shots, still doing the old things, but in a different way under the disguise of sustainability. And therefore, the question of ethics becomes important. And last but not least, the kind of resiliency. How can we cope when everything has changed? And I think we are really in that period of time. Now, many things have changed. How are we coping? How resilient are we? How well can we make a new, invention or product or paradigm in this particular case in trying to cope whatever it is. So how do we, at the end of the day, cycle things? It's not just about growth per se. It is about a secular thing. How do you make this thing work together in a secular motion by design? And this is where sustainable development comes in. It's a kind of a social revolution in thinking of how things need to be done differently rather than what has been used before the pre-COVID or even before sustainability into action. And therefore, we are talking about the future. How do you humanize the future? How do you make society more relevant to human beings? How do you make society, in this particular context, a wiser society? In my understanding of a wiser society, is probably the society 5.0 that Japan is trying to introduce, not just 4.0. Yeah? And to move away from what Jomo said yesterday, the Anthropocene kind of era where we begin to dismantle our own civilization because of the lack of knowledge and connectivity among ourselves, and finally moving away from such a technological-centered society to a human-centric or a human-centered society. That is the kind of shift that we need to do, and therefore whatever else that needs to support it must follow this kind of a paradigm. And what do I mean by this is basically we need to restructure not only the kind of things that we teach, but also the institution itself, the delivery itself, from a pre-COVID to a post-COVID environment of that wiser into something which is practical in trying to implement what we have in mind. And therefore, we have been contemplating whether this university that we've been creating since the Industrial Revolution is a society of the future or is a university of the future. In one survey that United Nations University does, says this is not the university of the future, and therefore we need to reinvent it. And when you talk about reinvention, what do you really mean? We need to redesign now another form of education institution that meets some of the criteria that we're mentioning to you. So what is it? First thing, I think we want to find out how many of our universities do knowledge in a multidisciplinary way, or the word that we use now, knowledge integration, transdisciplinary knowledge, not enough just science without science, without the arts, this what you call fragmentation of knowledge, which is actually not part and parcel of what the holistic knowledge is all about. Yeah? The integration of knowledge then becomes important. How integrated is knowledge in your university to make things work for the future? Secondly, it's about when all this knowledge has been gathered, who gains out of it? Just the industry, or even is it the community around you? So in other words, how much engagement do you work with the university? Because in the pandemic, as far as we can see, at the end of the day, it is a society that is more important than anything else. If you fail to live as a community, engage with one another, then I think the whole thing will collapse. And in many cases, this is a case when we talk about just individuals without respect to the community per se. And then how sustainable it is in terms of entrepreneurship. In other words, can we be self-sufficient in some of these ideas that have been brought over? In terms of sustainability, we need to be self-sufficient. In other words, our context is more important than somebody else's context. In other words, if we borrow a model from somewhere else, it is relevant to us. Or do we just take this because it is from, quote-unquote, a world-class university that is mentioned more often than not, but it has no relevance to us at the same time? What is the context? How do you make this enterprise a sustainable one? And to do that, we talk about research, but not just research, what we call responsible research, meaning to say that it has to be rooted in the community that you are in. In other words, there's relevance in it. People who are involved are also part and parcel of that research that you are contemplating. At the end of the day, they are also part of the evaluator. They will tell you whether your research is relevant to them or solving their problem, not merely by publishing in first-tier journal with impact factors of 10 or 11, but to them it is still not relevant because they are not involved in the design and even in implementation of that research, and hence the innovation. And last but not least is the context of course, collaboration, the way we are doing it today, not only in person, but also in the context of virtual or other forms of communication, as it were. So we are talking about here what we call a value-based communiversity, a word that we are going to introduce, a blend between the community and the university, where things need to exist in a seamless way. And this is what IIUM is trying to do, and I will share a little bit, where education is about humanizing education, bringing the humanitarian values back, building human dignity back, building the whole idea of we live in one planet of rahmatan lil alamin. And that is, I think, the final outcome of this idea of trying to improve delivery, creating a more practical institution that meets some of the targets that we are talking about. Yeah? The Prime Minister was quite clear about this when he talks about knowledge and how knowledge should be integrated. And that knowledge integrated is what we call our university the Tawhidic knowledge. How things can be merged together, so at the end of the day, you deal with just one knowledge that meets the requirements of many, rather than having to train. When you talk about training of people, these people must be multidisciplinary. They can make connections and they can complement with one another beyond just their own things, as we talked about. Yeah? We talk about education in the context of community engagement. In other words, whatever you learn in your classroom, would you be able to apply it to the community nearest to you? If it's not, then I think we have missed the point. At the end of the day, this whole knowledge that we gather in the university is about improving people's life, and therefore it must have an impact on the ground where you are situated. If you are situated in Malaysia, then Malaysia will be your context. If you are situated in Nigeria, then Nigeria will be the context. The context may be different, but the knowledge may be the same, because it affects human beings at the same time and all over the world. Yeah? So we talk about knowledge that is important for application. I think there's a quote here: thoughts and learning are small value unless translated into action. How do you translate this into action is one of the issues that I think is important. Sustainability in the context of entrepreneurship, sustainability in the context of just moving away from STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Yeah? How do you put STEAM in? E here for us is ethics, A is for arts, and M is for management. This, I think, needs to be put together, and I think we need to work on this. Time is up. I will just move 2 more slides, and I'll stop there. Yeah? So that our vision becomes just beyond the external vision in only talking about the immediate environment, but not beyond us as far as the ecology and the environment at the same time. And these are issues, I think, that is important to us. Last but not least, I think there's a quote also from the Prime Minister, which I think you are all familiar with. Yeah? And last but not least, I think it's a question of how to humanize technology, because there is already an idea that technology at the end of the day will influence the deeper part of us, that we need to understand technology in the way that human beings need to benefit from them rather than to suffer from technology, the way we talk about AI now. I think most of us are not quite clear what AI will do to us as a human person moving forward. Yeah? So my last slides will be responsible research. And responsible research is talking about working with the community and making things together with the community, co-creating it. So some of the ideas that we have got in terms of economic, in terms of finance, is already being practiced in the community for a long time, that we have forgotten because it is not quote-unquote mainstream. Worse, it is not Western. Worse, it is not recognized by the other part of the world. How do you go back and learn about this wisdom that is embedded in university, so that at the end of the day, we can now produce our own sort of creativity that benefits us directly. My last quote is from what the Prime Minister said at the end of the day. It's about prioritizing environmental protection, responsible resources management, and also renewable energy. Sorry, I have to rush into this, but this is the whole idea of trying now to find where the resources are. And I would like to end up with this book that the university has created. I mean, if you want to find resources now, one of the catalogs that you will refer to probably are done by the Library of Congress in America. And if you talk about Islam, there are no more than 5 pages on Islam. But here, my university, IIUM, together with the librarian, has expanded it in 2 volumes. For example, if you want to talk about economics now, there is at least 40 subtitles on economics. If you want to talk about finance, there's more than 100 subtitles on finance. So you have a better breakdown of the subject matter that will bring you to the essence of what you want to do at the end of the day. So thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you very much for that engaging presentation and interesting models that you brought upon our audience, Tan Sri. Now, ladies and gentlemen, to take us through the panel session for this symposium, please welcome to the stage our moderator, Assistant Professor Dr. Riyasat Amin Iman from the Department of Economics at the Kulliyyah of Economics and Management Sciences from IIUM.
All right, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, everyone. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa ahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. So, no, I will not be having a discussion with all of you by myself here. We have some esteemed panel members who I'll be introducing to stage one by one. Okay, so the first panel speaker is none other than somebody who has been here earlier today, Professor Dr. Muhammad Kabir Hassan. As you know, he's a professor of finance with the University of New Orleans, USA. Professor? Next, joining us online is Professor Emeritus Dr. Muhammad Fahim Khan. He's with the Economics Department with Minhaj University, Lahore, Pakistan. All right. And then our third speaker is Professor Dr. Habib Ahmed. He's the Sharjah Chair in Islamic Law and Finance from the Durham University, UK. And finally, last but not least, we have Professor Dr. Mehmet Bulut. He's a former rector from Istanbul's Sahabatain Zaim University, Turkey. So basically, if you recall, right, I've been following the plenary sessions and our parallel sessions quite closely. And, you know, there are many issues that came up during that talk. Like, for example, we talked about complexity, sustainability, Madani, right, and many different issues. But one thing that was really common, right, during all these sessions where we're discussing these things was a lot of head scratching. I saw that, you know, everybody was very worried, and, you know, it's something of concern because why is it that we have so many issues, right? Why do we have so many big problems? Wasn't economics about solving those problems? And this panel discussion, right, is targeting that. And it is doing so. What is unique about the Education Symposium is we target the lowest common denominator. The idea is to try and effect change through the individual being. And this is why, you know, we look at education as one of those human rights, right? Initially, it was food, water, clothing, shelter, right? But to that, we've added education and healthcare, and that's because it can be a means of change. And in order to develop critical mass in this area, right, so that we're able to make sure that discipline is able to grow and we are able to, you know, increase or improve the nature of Islamic economics, this is why education is so important. And so the idea of transformation, I believe, starts here. So without any further ado, what we're going to be doing today is we'll be looking at the state of Islamic economic education and finance, Islamic economics and finance education, to try and see, to try and take stock of where are we exactly. So the idea is to try and look at different regions of the world, right? And to try and understand this, take stock of where we are right now. Not only that, we will also be looking at some of the different experiences and different approaches to education, so that maybe we can look at different models and how we can improve deliberation. Okay, so I think first I would like to invite Professor Muhammad Kabir Hassan to maybe take the podium. I think your slide should be ready as well.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Well, I was very thrilled by the weird model to wiser model, something I learned today. Thank you, Professor. In the United States, to start with, there is an Islamic finance education. We have some few Islamic finance institutions, but they are by name. They are a big problem when you try to do Islamic finance in a totally secular country, where state and religions is totally separate every possible way. But however, we are some brave souls still living, and actually all the good souls, those who could make a big difference, they left the United States one by one. And Professor Habib Ahmed is one of the examples. Because there is no room for Islamic finance education to grow in the United States. I am in between, caught between. So I'm totally trained as a conventional, finance economics guy, all through, from undergrad to PhD in the United States. Very little Sharia background. So I had to learn myself, and actually Malaysia is my starting point. I came into Malaysia in 1996 to attend a conference. So I'm an empiricist, data analysis. So my title of my paper was Relative Stability of Islamic Money versus Conventional Money Demand. So it's a sort of empirical data analysis, but that really brought me into learning what it is. And of course, since I'm a practicing Muslim, when you read the Quran, one of the admonition against riba. So I started learning and traveling all over the world, learning all the big shots. And many of you are here sitting from their writings, from their listening, and so on. Why I'm telling you this story to begin with, the problem that I'm facing right now, since I got this 2016 IDB prize, so people think that I know Islamic finance, but I really don't. What I'm trying to say is that since my grounding is not from the Sharia basic sciences, my grounding from the conventional sciences, yes, I try to learn, but I always feel the gap inside me, that the gap I have not been able to overcome. I think that tension probably with everyone. Professor Habib, me, those are coming from a conventional background, we are trying to learn. Unfortunately, Islamic finance education and curriculum has not developed that way. Even if I take IIUM, you are the mother and father of Islamic finance industry in Malaysia. But if you look at your curriculum, Bachelor's of Science in Islamic Economics, you look at your courses, out of 10, 8 are conventional, you teach Western books, and 2 are Sharia, then you make it Islamic economics. Now, unfortunately, why we are ignoring this? Why we are not developing the text material? Material I'm talking about not from the PhD level, you can pick it up. I'm talking about the undergrad, where you try to inculcate the knowledge, interest of Islamic finance. So you have to have these books that you develop where combine the Islamic Sharia and Islam modus operandi completely together in a complete whole. I tried myself sitting in the United States again with authors from Omar Hosseini, who used to be your faculty, and Rassem Qaed, who is a Palestinian, now is in New Zealand. So Pearson, back in 2010, commissioned us to write a book. So we wrote a book, following the Western standard, the way you write a book, this, if you see the book, actually the book talks to you. Actually, it was a very humiliating experience for all 3 of us. Umar Hussain is an excellent writer, by the way. Even just trash out every chapter that you give, I'm talking about the part that you need to, you're talking to the student. But even that book has deficiency either. So we wrote our first known Islamic finance textbook and Introduction to Islamic Finance. You can Google it. I think it's out of print. Probably you have to go back. Omar has been very busy making money, but recently retired for Islamic International Liquidity Management Center. So hopefully we'll have a second chance. The problem that I'm facing, what I'm saying, now I have right now in my department 10 Saudi students. They came to the United States to learn Islamic finance. And how many professors? And who has a very little knowledge? Only me. Now, there is an incentive for them because they get a scholarship if they come to the United States. I keep telling them, go to Malaysia, go to Egypt, go to the source of knowledge, establish these things in your own country, Medina University, and many of the graduates in your background is coming from there. Now, unfortunately, this is also the perverse incentive that you're talking about. Now, how much Islamic finance they will know? They will write an empirical paper, dissertation. That doesn't make you an Islamic finance scholar. And again, the Honorable VC is here. So if you don't publish in ICIEF and Scopus, you don't count. That's another problem. There are not Islamic finance, economics, mainstream journals. One journal I started 18 years ago. Finally, I made it to Scopus Q1, ISI Q2. But that's only one. We need to have, so you have all those different things happening, including Malaysia and all over the world, but we are not putting the right resources, bringing the people. Let's say, for example, you have you have to groom. Let's say somebody has this knowledge background, give him, this sabbatical, give him money, just your job is to write a book. Let me give one example. Aslam was mentioning about the Islamic finance education program there was at Harvard. At that time, there's a book written, it's a very good book, by the way, Islamic Law, Risk and Finance. You just Google it by Frank Bogle. And what happened, there's another Samuel Hayes, the two of them. They got $1 million to write this book. Honorable VC, you don't need vinyl, give 100,000, I'm sure you'll find a better book than this one. Now, that incentive mechanism should come from you guys, right? Not from the United States, because there is no demand for it and so on. Now, I have a very little time, right? So I haven't even started my slides. So now, point, curriculum. Okay, let me just, I'll set one slide because since I spent time do this. Okay. Now, the curriculum, any curriculum that you do, you have to have this thing. Key concepts of the curriculum include Islamic finance ethics, digital literacy that you talk about. We have to control AI. Otherwise, AI is going to control our life. We have to control fintech innovation, risk management, global perspective, entrepreneurship skills, leadership. So now unfortunately, there are two universities. One is online called Guidance College. Alhamdulillah, I have been trying. In the 40 years, we had our first Islamic Finance Conference. Even a small scale, we started. We want to make it a regular event. Part of the reason that it's not popular in the United States, even though everybody wants to come to the United States because of visa problem and all sorts of other issues. But we are going to make it. Second one is coming in October every year. That's a guidance called, it's an online university. So it does not have an accreditation yet, but they're trying to get the accreditation. There's another one called Zaituna College. They do have an undergraduate program which is accredited. But again, we do have a huge resource issues. So I do encourage you, you come back, try to promote, because the Muslim population is over roughly 2%, politically very powerful. If President Biden loses this year to Trump, it's because of the Muslim vote, what is happening in Gaza, okay? So we do have this, but we don't have the knowledge base. But one of the things that they do in the United States, they try to make an environment so that Islamic finance can
grow. So banking will not grow because of this, because by definition in the United States law, a bank cannot get engaged in buying and selling. But any Islamic finance product that you do, that must engage a sale contract. But they make it a functional equivalence, they allow it. But again, if you look at their few financial institutions that we have in the United States, they do refinancing from Fannie Mae. So it's difficult. So what is a huge market in the United States is non-banking financial institutions. Venture capital, private equity is a huge market, Islamic, because that is very much to the essence of Islam, risk-sharing finance. So I would request an honorable Vice Chancellor here, there are few, IDB laureate here. There are a lot of scholars that I have learned from them. We really need to come back. It's not going to happen fi sabilillah. You know, I'm sure you spent a lot of money doing this conference. I mean, in order to make and tangible, we really need to get the tangible product that you have to do the next step. Maybe next step, Malaysian government will sponsor a book, you know, in different areas. I know IIBF, they do these mini books, but they do it for their own benefit. But in a way that a textbook, you know, like Samuelson this is some of the introductory textbook, is like going 20th edition, 21st edition. What happens, you write a mini books, and the professor, by the way, another thing, professor, I need to tell you this. Why your professors are living from IIUM? You have wonderful professors, they go to different countries. I mean, they tell me that all the benefits and all these things are being cut. Because the way the IIUM used to be the glory days, you can bring it back. Malaysia could be, and still it was the leader. I learned something from Malaysia. I would request that incentive mechanism for the professors, research development, that budget should be increased, salary, all these things will take care. With this request, I want to end. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Kabir. You know, when the winner of ISDB actually says, the IDB prize actually says that he knows nothing about Islamic finance, that is probably the pinnacle of humility. Thank you very much. I think there are some efforts. For example, in IIUM, IT is trying to fund something, and it has almost become synonymous. But I think it's still a drop in the ocean. And by the time we can mobilize resources for, you know, to actually have dedicated efforts to, you know, bring text about, I think it'll be a while. And the session following on after this is dedicated to that more specifically. So I'd like to now invite to stage our next speaker, Professor Emeritus. No, actually he's online, so he's going to join us online. It's Professor Emeritus Dr. Muhammad Fahim Khan. He's with the Economics Department from Minhaj University, Lahore. Professor, can you hear us?
Yes, I am.
Okay, wonderful. So you may start now. Floor is
Thank
yours.
you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Nahmadu wa nusalli ala rasulil kareem. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Let me first apologize that I have changed the topic of the theme for the symposium. You can see there in the screen that it is Islamic banking is not there. And I deliberately removed that because in all my now 50 years of professional career in Islamic economics and Islamic economics, riba and Islamic banking is a microeconomic issue. It is not a macroeconomic issue. And before before the Sharia scholars and Islamic banking scholars here become angry, let me read the two verses from the Quran. Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu la takulu amwalakum bainakum bil-batili wa la takuna illa an takuna tijaratan an taradin minkum wa la taqtulu anfusakum inna Allaha kana bikum rahima. And then we all know about this. يَا أَيُّهَا الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا اتَّقُوا اللَّهَ وَذَرُوا مَا بَقِيَ مِنَ الرِّبَا إِن كُنتُم مُؤْمِنِينَ فَإِن لَّمْ تَفْعَلُوا فَأْذَنُوا بِحَرْبٍ مِّنَ اللَّهِ وَرَسُولِهِ. So I am not against, or when I say that riba and Islamic banking is secondary issue when we are talking about Islamic economics, I am not underlying the importance or significance of eliminating riba from the economy. But remember that economic system everywhere is interest-based at micro level as well as at macro level, and Muslim world is no exception. It means we all are on the side of enemies of Allah and Rasul when we live under the interest-based economic system and do not do anything against it, against eliminating riba, against making economy without riba. So let me refer to United and World Bank new paradigm, which they declared in 2015, about 17 sustainable development goals and about prosperity sharing strategies in all over the world. And Federal Sharia Court in Pakistan wants Pakistan to be riba-free and exploitation-free by 2028. Now, I have been looking all my 15 years of professional career in Islamic economics, that making banking riba is a secondary issue. The primary issue is economy. Economy in the democratic countries works with markets. And first issue is capital market. How to make capital market free and competitive, which is the basic economic principle not only of Islam but all of economies. All economics wherever we study, that markets should be free and competitive. And capital market is not free and competitive. So this we should keep in mind, that primary issue when we talk about Islamic economics is the economy, and riba comes later on. Economy first, and then we go to the institutions, to the institution, banking institution. Banking companies, Islamic banking, doing banking without riba, this is a micro issue. So first we should be clear about what objectives are we trying to achieve in our economy. We all have been studying and still continue to put Samuelson economics in all our courses. That is our first, whenever we enter economics, Samuelson book is there. And we never try to focus on rejecting the economic principles that Samuelson or Manke tell to start with. And we never come to discuss the economic principles, basic economic principles that we could put in our textbooks to replace what Samuelson is saying or Manke is saying. We don't find the economic principles to be mentioned in our courses of economics. And we continue to discuss the same economic principles that we learn from Samuelson economics. I will not be wrong to say that hardly 5% of the entire effort that we have made so far on developing reference teaching material and nurturing human resources to teach Islamic economics, 95% have focused on Islamic banking and finance in isolation of Maqasid Sharia for economy. Not at micro level, at macro level. Also, I will not be wrong to say that all these efforts on zakah, waqf, and Islamic banking has not succeeded to show any impact on any Muslim country, neither at macro level nor at micro level. Hunger and poverty and income inequalities have increased in the Muslim countries despite rapidly expanding Islamic finance globally, Islamic finance banks at global level. Remember, economy of Riyasat Medina established in 7th century. It started with zakah, infaq, awqaf as a tool of sharing prosperity to first remove faqr and maskana. This was first economic principle of the state. Making country, not economy, country riba free was second principle, and that was only for microeconomic behavior. Riba was not a part of the economy. It was a microeconomic, micro behavior issue. Concept of waqf and infaq was a principle of prosperity sharing to bring an impact on the economy. So if faqr and maskana and economic deprivation was removed by developing countries by the strategy of sharing principle, since the first Makkah presence, Makkah conference was done 50 years ago, the first Makkah conference on Islamic Economics and Finance.
Professor Fahim Khan, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, your time is up. Perhaps you can just quickly summarize.
Yes. So issue is that basically what I am trying to say is that focus now, we should try to focus on economics and economy rather than on riba, and that should come later on. And you can explain why the reasons why I am saying this. Then comes that what did I do to improve the reference material and teaching material and so. The first thing I have now I have been able to do is reconstruct economics, and I have taught it reconstructing economics from the beginning of the semester economics to the end. And now a book is ready, and it will inshallah be soon be published from UK, from Macmillan. I'm trying to do that, and this is the book that I'm trying to publish in Urdu and in Arabic and in French, and possibly in Malaysian and Indonesian language also. I have a 10-page note that I can explain why we need to focus on economics, and a textbook on economics, which we have not succeeded so far, including myself. And now this new book that I am bringing, this probably will be a step forward to make the teaching material more relevant for Islamic economy.
Okay, thank you very much.
Wait a minute. No, I'm not yet finished.
Yes.
Qaeda University in Islamabad has done a lot of work, and now they are making a center for Islamic economy, only to produce the teaching material for economics, Islamic economics. And there we are making a lab for Islamic economics to prove that economic principles as mentioned in the Quran and Sunnah are practically applicable in the 21st century. And projects have already been done practically in the lab, a sort of lab, and we are now showing that how Islamic economics, how economy should be made Islamic. So the time, the issue, if you want to improve the teaching material and the reference material, I suggest that all those institutions who are here, from universities to listen for make a collaboration with this Qaid-e-Azam University's work, that how they are creating a material for making economy Islamic. First issue, before going to making Islamic banking is a matter of capital market. How to make the capital market correct, and how to make it applicable free, how we should make it free and competitive.
All right, Professor Fahim Khan, I think we are really out of time for if we want to give chance for that.
I'll stop here.
I think we can approach some of the issues that you have in the Q&A session. I'm really sorry to cut you short, Prof.
No, it's okay.
Okay, Zakallah, thanks. Our next speaker is Professor Dr. Habib Ahmed. The floor is yours.
Can I have the slides, please? Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon to all. I have some few colorful slides for you. What I'll talk about today is curriculum development and also the human resources, but provide some background and perspective to it. We have to understand that the current education system is basically a remnant of the Industrial Revolution. We have created the universities to feed the industry, which partly relates to the very interesting talk we heard from weird to wiser. And I think the one part of the weird education system we have is we are creating workers for the industrial complex. And now we live in a different world, and some of the things which are relevant are economic realities in terms of sustainable development goal, widening economic inequalities, high levels of debt. We live in a VUCA world, volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. And of course, we have been talking about environmental and climate crisis, the uncertainty in terms of macroeconomic regimes, the fourth industrial revolution, what is very important, which was also alluded by Professor Kabir Hassan, was artificial intelligence, and the demographic changes is important. And this is important because, you know, after COVID, I think most of us are experiencing this, because most of our lectures are recorded. Students have stopped coming to the classes. And we are blaming the students. I think it is a generational issue. They are a TikTok generation. They probably like to watch videos at the time they prefer. They don't want to come and attend the lectures. So we have to think of these things when we are designing educational curriculum moving forward. So for education to be useful and relevant, it needs to address the current issues. That means we have to move away from what we have been doing in terms of curriculum. And also the curriculum needs to be dynamic and adjustable. Now to give a perspective in terms of how we can do that, I have looked at the how we can link teaching, education to research. And we can look at it at three levels in terms of the teaching, learning philosophy, in terms of the content of the teaching program, and the teaching approaches. And we will see that depending on the level of education at the universities, these will be different. For example, when you're looking at teaching and learning philosophy, at undergraduate level, information and knowledge transmission is the key goal. And here the teacher plays a very important role in providing this knowledge. In postgraduate master's level, we help teachers to learn how to learn. And the learner plays a very active role. And of course, in the PhD program, it is the learner, the student, who's creating the new knowledge. Similarly, in terms of the content of teaching program, undergraduate, we teach the existing knowledge in form of textbooks, but we, in the postgraduate program, we not only teach the existing, but also some new knowledge. And of course, postgraduate PhD is the creation of new knowledge. And in terms of the research-led or linked teaching, at undergraduate, we teach what we call research-led teaching in terms of teaching the current and new subject content. At the master's level, we teach research-tutored, which is basically learning focused on research papers, and so on. Now, in UK and also in Europe, I think the focus of Islamic finance economics education has been at the postgraduate level. We have some master's program, and of course, PhD is also there, especially in UK, which is a research-based PhD. Now, here I'm trying to show in terms of how we can link research into education, and it can be done at different levels. At the program level, for example, masters in Islamic finance, you can introduce new courses, have research methodology as one of the key modules of the courses, and dissertation should definitely be a part of the master's program. And then when you're structuring the module, it is about the content, and I think at the master's level, definitely we have to have the new published research papers as a part of the curriculum, and in terms of delivery, seminars, engaging with students will be a very important part of this education. And the key thing is to have a research-linked teaching. The teachers themselves must be research active, otherwise you cannot use this approach. And I think at the master's and the PhD level, definitely at the master's level, it has to be a research-linked approach. Now, just a couple of slides in terms of Islamic finance education. As you see in, I think this is 2016, it was UK leading, and now the times have changed. We have Indonesia, Saudi Arabia as the lead providers, and Malaysia is there in terms of Islamic finance degree, but it is Indonesia which is leading the Islamic finance education in 2022. My time is up. I was supposed to be here for probably more. I was given 5 minutes, to just take a few minutes. I'm just showing you the structure of the master's program in Islamic finance. As you see, the total credits is 180. Students come in, it's a one-year master's, take 8 modules, 15 credits each. The modules are, we have 4 Islamic modules, which are core, 2 conventional, 1 research methods, and then they have to choose an optional. By the way, our master's program has been closed after COVID. Hopefully it will be relaunched, not next year, the year after. So my last slide here, as was mentioned, we need to have a multidisciplinary approach. In Islamic economics finance, we don't have a choice. Islamic economics finance is, by its nature, multidisciplinary. We're talking about economics finance. We're talking about Sharia, the laws and regulations which, under which Islamic finance operates. In terms of the quality of research, there's a lot of research, as I said, at the master's level. We have to use research papers as the curriculum. But there's a lot of research which is being produced. We have to be careful which research we pick, because the quality of the research is also an issue. For example, there are a lot of papers which are published which have serious Sharia-related issues. So we have to choose which research papers should be included in the curriculum. In terms of human resources development, again, to be a good teacher in Islamic economics finance, you have to be multidisciplinary, which is not easy. You have to know economics finance, and on top of it, you have to know Sharia, for example. Again, from my experience, not only in Europe and UK, a lot of master's program, we see that the Islamic component of Islamic finance is actually weak. That means that you can come up with a master's in Islamic finance and know very little about the Islamic part. And I think that is a problem. And then, of course, the key thing is, if you want to have research-linked teaching, we really need to have people who are research active, producing research, who can use their own publications in the teaching. And also, the curriculum has to be updated as the time requires. And basically, we have to ensure that the quality research papers are discussed in the classes. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. In the interest of time, we're going to move to our next speaker, who is Professor Mehmet Bulut. Stage is yours.
Bismillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah. Salatu wassalam. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. His Excellencies, my dear brothers and sisters, I would like to thank for giving me this chance, but I am afraid for first speaker there was more than 10 minutes. For us, it is less than 5 minutes. There are some unequal situation. So, and injustice, we will talk about justice, ethics, how we will do that without, as you know, Bismillah, Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu lima taquluna ma la taf'alun kabura maqtan inda Allahi an taqulu ma la taf'alun. This is very strange situation. So I didn't forget an advice of my teacher when I was during the years of 20s. He told me that for two classes of society, their exam in the day of the judgment will be very difficult. First one is the imams, the muftis, that they are in the position of as the followers of the Prophet in the mosques, or in their as you know, they are playing that role. And the second class is the professors at universities. I didn't forget this advice. It's a long story, but I just would like to underline. When I finished my PhD in the Netherlands, in Utrecht University, I started at Bashkent University to teach. I was teaching principle of economics, history of economic thought, and economic history. Then in a day at the end of semester, I shared my views with my friend. We were doing PhD together in the Netherlands. I told him that I need to teach some more. The curriculum, the content of my textbooks are not enough for, these students. And he asked me, what you want to teach? I told him, for history of economic thought, we start with Platon, Aristotle, and we are finishing with James Buchanan. There is no any Islamic thinker. And for economic history, I am following the book of Rondon Cameron, and there is no any part relating to Islamic economic history. And this was the year of 2000. At that time in Turkey, there was, very strong pressure on the Muslims before this government, and the election exists in 2002. 5 parties from the parliament stayed out of the parliament. 5 of them. It was very interesting election. So, and my friend told me that do not touch these issues at this university because it is strange for us. Now there is YÖK, Higher Education Council, and you cannot teach. This is, they were discussing something more, the hatecraft is forbidden. For Muslim intellectuals, academicians, there was some other pressures in Turkey. So more details. So just imagine that Necmettin Erbakan was, stepped down. And so I suggest him, if it is impossible at university, we have to find a place in a city. We are in Ankara, in the capital. We have to rent a kind of place, and we have to teach these things. What you want to teach? As economist, I have to teach our heritage, because I am thinking about Day of Judgment. If I follow to teach this curriculum, in that day, what I will give answer. This was my, and I was feeling very bad at that time. So then he said, yes, you can do that. And I rented a place and then organized a dinner. I invited 5 assistant professors at that time. Then one of them became the president for Central Bank of Turkey. The other became the president for Capital Market Board. Then the rectors all these stands became something later on. But in that day, I explained them my feelings, and I told them one was from law school, the other from economics, the other from sociology. I request from them just 2 hours in a week, you will teach our heritage. And they asked me, anything more, any money? No. Just 2 hours as zakat of your ilm. And they accepted. Then we established Ankara Center for Thought and Research, Adam Vakf. It was a kind of then an institution that we are giving seminars on Islamic civilization, economics, sociology, psychology, political science, international relations. And then I find a chance to go to Harvard, Cambridge, and Princeton, then come back, then appointed as vice president to Yildirim Beyazıt University, then the dean, and then became the president at Zaim University. And when I was appointed as the dean and the president of university, I tried to, establish this system. What we need today, this was my understanding, we have to get our heritage, not just for economics, for all sciences, as a Muslims, as a Muslim intellectuals, academicians. If we can say something to the world, we have to know all our heritage and the current science relating to us. Because if we are following the Western tradition, they know everything better than us. Because they, now we are following Eurocentric approach, and it's coming from Europe and from United States. To say something, if we are facing with some problems today, we have to know our own heritage. So that means we have to start with language. For Turkish students or for Turkish scholars, we need to learn Ottoman language, Ottoman Turkish, then Arabic, of course, and of course, the common languages in the world like English or another language. So,
Professor Mehmet, I'll have to.
So just 1 minute, miss. No. I need 4 minutes. So I have to use 10 minutes. So I have to say this to all this audience. I could not find them later on, This is my... I am also representing now our president of Turkish Higher Education Council. He was here. He would be here, Please. So the issue is very important, brothers and sisters. What is it? Today, the world has some problems in economy, in social life, in family life, in all, aspects of daily life. And something we have to suggest. You have to have a theory. If you would like to say something, if you are making research, if you are finding something, you have to put to your theory. Without theory, you cannot say anything. If you do not have theory, your sources, your findings could not help to your paradigm or to your vision and mission. So we need first to construct the theory. If we are talking about Islamic economics, we have to have a theory. So for theory, we have to know our heritage, thinkers, economic thinkers. And I tried to prepare a book on history of Islamic economic thought, starting from Imam Azam Abu Hanifa till Sabahattin Zaim. They were 41 scholars. For every century, at least 2 or 3 scholars we find. And Alhamdulillah, I prepared this book. It was published by Zaim University in Turkish, and now it's translating to English. First, we constructed this, connection, but it's not enough, I am sure. This is just first attempt. There is no any other this kind of within this long period. There are for 2 centuries or for 3, but not for 14 centuries. Alhamdulillah, I succeed. Then, after your theory and thinkers, you need to know your institutions, heritage institutions. So I work on Ottoman tradition, and I try to understand the Ottoman economic and financial system. And I prepared 14 volumes Ottoman free financial institutions cash works on cash works. And in the morning there was a discussion. The modern Turkish Vakıf Bank was established based on Ottoman cash work, by the way. And these institutions, and then of course you need to have your ethics of economics. So now I am trying to prepare a book on ethics of economics. So what we need, of course, this is, we as Turks, as the scholars from Turkey, came so late. Alhamdulillah, here in International University of Islam, Malaysia, and in Pakistan, they start earlier. But in Turkey, we came so late for this issue. But we know Ottomans have huge tradition, and in modern times, the Ottoman heritage is very critical for our future of Islamic economics and finance, because the establishment of modern capitalism was established during the 16th and 17th centuries. And later on, we have to know, after Andalusia, what the Ottomans, how kind of reaction they gave, or what kind of way they were following in economy and finance. Their thinkers, their institutions, their, the daily practices from agriculture to industry, from finance to trade. It is very important. We are trying to, introduce this. But my last words for today is very good presentations from the morning we listened, but still I have seen that our mindset and our hearts are still very in confusion. We have a thinker, İsmet Özel. He wrote a book in 1980s, and the title of his book is 3 Important Issues: Civilization, Technology, and what is the other term? Yabancılaşma is to...
Professor Mehmet, respectfully I must.
Okay, I respect to you. And so this, the technology is imposing us a paradigm, Western civilization and economics. So we have to first clean our mindset, our hearts, based on our heritage, Sahih, Sirat al-Mustaqim, and of course to daily economics and financial system. Thank you very much for your understanding. Assalamu alaikum.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Mehmet Bulut. Unfortunately, like we said, we're lacking resources, including time. I think my recommendation for managing time, such limited time, is I was telling the committee, next time put a gun here instead of water. Maybe I can control the flow more. But anyway, I get it. Like, we all have a point to make, and there's a lot of resources we need to dedicate to this discussion. And I'm very sure that, I promise you, we're going to have a more dedicated time just for this discussion. Unfortunately, we ate into the question and answer time as well. So we'll have to skip that. But the next parallel session, there's definitely going to be a deeper discussion on this. So I hope we can all attend that. Our next thing, I'll invite the speakers to remain seated here. Okay, I'll just...
so this is an AI error, actually. Everyone was allocated 5 minutes, but somehow the AI read it wrong, so gave me 10 minutes. Right. It's not really me. Sorry.
It's okay. All right. So we'll move. Next, what we're going to have is a certificate award ceremony, where we're going to award certification of membership for the new FIEFE members. Right. For that, I would like to invite Tan Sri Rector, accompanied by Dr. Muhammad Aslam Hanif, to the stage. Our speakers can remain seated. Right. We'll take a group photo at the end.
So before ceremony at Zaim University, I forget to mention, it is unique in the world. In 3 different languages, we have undergraduate, master and PhD programs, Turkish, English, and Arabic. Thank you.
Test, okay. So all the institutions who know that you're receiving this, maybe you can come forward and then we can save some time with the movements. So the first representative I would like to invite is Associate Professor Dr. Aliu Dahiru Muhammad. He is receiving the prize on behalf of Bayero University, Kano, Nigeria. Okay. Come that way. Next, representative for Islamic University in Uganda, Dr. Kasula Taha Ahmed. Please make your way to the stage. Next, Professor Dr. Hafaz Furqani on behalf of Ar-Rainri State University and Shah Kuala University. Next, I'd like to invite the representative, Brother Eki Iman, on behalf of Muhammadiyah University, Yogyakarta University. Then we have Dr. Latifa Bibi Musaffar Hamid on behalf of University Islam Selangor, Malaysia. Next, I have the pleasure of inviting the Dean of Islamic Business, Dr. Slama Mamur, right, on behalf of University Utara, Malaysia. Then we have the representative, Brother Santoso. He's with the Ibn Khaldun University, Bogor, Indonesia. Then we have Sister Tita Nur Shamsia. She's with IPB University, Bogor, Indonesia. Okay. And finally, our only non-institution member, our honorary member for this is Professor Dr. Muhammad Kabir Hassan. Yeah. Dr. Kabir Hassan. You come this way, Prof. The picture, right? Now, after her. Yeah. And finally, Professor Muhammad Kabir Hassan, who is an honorary member, and he doesn't represent an institution. Okay. So I invite all the speakers and also the certificate members to stand in front for a group photo together. All right, thank you very much. I would like all the speakers and the certificate members to be accompanied off the stage. All right, thank you very much. I will hand the floor over to our honorable MC.
Thank you very much, Assistant Professor Dr. Riyasat Amin, for that and our esteemed panelists for their very engaging, exciting, and albeit time cut short, unfortunately, due to the constraints that we have, but such is events like this. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to go for a short tea break. I do have a very special request from the co-chairman of the event to please stick to the time and be as brief as you can with our refreshments that are served right outside. We will begin the parallel session 6 to 10 on time, inshallah, in 10 minutes. So with that, please, let's go for a break, quick break, and then we'll begin with the parallel sessions. And the venues for the parallel sessions are on the screen in front of you. Thank you very much.
Greetings to all our honored guests. Mr. Samir El-Sawi, Head of the Islamic Development Bank Center of Excellence, Kuala Lumpur. Mr. Niloy Banerjee, Resident Representative of UNDP Country Office for Malaysia, Singapore, and Brunei Darussalam. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh, and a very good afternoon to all of you. My name is Johan from the Islamic Development Bank, and I am being tasked to be the master of ceremony for this event. It is my pleasure to welcome all of you to the panel discussion on innovations in Islamic finance, jointly organized by the Islamic Development Bank Center of Excellence Kuala Lumpur and UNDP Country Office for Malaysia, Singapore, and Brunei Darussalam. The focus of this inaugural joint panel discussion is to deliberate and share the findings of the ISDB-UNDP Joint Report on Innovations in Islamic Finance. Without further ado, I would like to welcome Mr. Samir El-Sawi, the Head of Islamic Development Bank Center of Excellence Kuala Lumpur, to give the first welcoming remarks. Mr. Samir, please.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. At the outset, allow me to begin by expressing my appreciation to the United Nations Development Programme for Malaysia, Singapore, Brunei, Dar es Salaam, as well as UNDP Indonesia for their collaboration in co-organizing this significant event. My special appreciation also to the Ministry of Finance and the International Islamic University of Malaysia for hosting this important event, 15th International Conference on Islamic Economy and Finance. Sustainable development is crucial in today's rapidly changing world, facing challenges like climate change, poverty, inequality, and environmental degradation. Islamic finance aligns with these goals, emphasizing social responsibility and sustainable growth. The principles of Islamic finance prioritize wealth distribution, poverty eradication, and environmental preservation, offering a unique framework to address modern-day challenges while promoting economic prosperity and social cohesion. Investing responsibly in Islamic finance involves considering ethical and social impact factors, ensuring that financial decisions align with our values and contribute positively to society. This approach is essential to building inclusive, resilient economies that safeguard the environment for future generations. At the Islamic Development Bank, we understand the immense potential of Islamic finance in driving sustainable development. We promote social, responsible investment across all of our operations and partnerships. We integrate sustainable financing consideration into our investment decisions and conduct thorough due diligence to ensure that our projects deliver financial, social, and environmental benefits. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the partnership between ISDB and UNDP has borne rich and fruitful collaborations over the years. Our joint endeavors, as defined by the MOU signed between ISDB and UNDP 2016-2023, have paved the way for shared priorities in support of the Agenda 2030. The ISDB-UNDP joint report, Case Studies, Innovation in Islamic Finance, is the first joint local collaboration and partnership between ISDB Center of Excellence, ISDB Institute, and the UNDP Country Office for Malaysia, Singapore, and Brunei, Dar es Salaam, and UNDP Indonesia Office, with the works of promoting the Islamic finance. The report has documented the Malaysian experience in Sukuk, Prihatin, value-based intermediation, fintech in Islamic social finance. Also, the Indonesian experience in fintech in Islamic social finance and Islamic microfinance. More than just outlining the processes, the report underscores the vital role of mainstreaming and integrating Islamic social finance across Islamic capital markets, banking, and fintech. Today, we take pride in showcasing and sharing with you the outcomes of the study, and we sincerely hope it benefits all in attendance. Finally, I would like to take this opportunity to express my sincere thanks and appreciation to UNDP team for their excellent cooperation in conducting this exercise. I would also like to commend the excellent work of the author of the study, Dr. Mustafa Muhammad Hanifa, and his team from University Sains Islam Malaysia, USIM. Finally, I would like to thank all the Malaysian and Indonesian institutions who have helped and contributed to this case studies report. Last but not least, our thanks and appreciation to the panelists and the moderator of today's session. I hope this will be an opportunity to benefit from these successful experiences and paving the way to cooperation opportunities to scale up the innovation in other ISDB member countries. And I reaffirm the readiness of the Islamic Development Bank Center of Excellence in Kuala Lumpur to facilitate the collaboration in a mutual beneficial approach. Thank you very much for your kind attention, and I wish you find this session highly informative and fruitful. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Samir. Next, I have the pleasure to invite Mr. Niloy Banerjee, Resident Representative, UNDP Country Office for Malaysia, Singapore, and Brunei Darussalam, to give his remarks. The floor is yours, Mr. Niloy.
Thank you, Johan. Good afternoon, colleagues, and thank you for showing up at this late hour. Brave people, you. Mr. Samir Al-Sawi, head of the ISDB Center of Excellence, partner in crimes. Dr. Mustafa Muhammad Hanifa. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, colleagues, thank you again for coming here and gracing this little function of ours. When Samir first came to our office, it was his first few days, and he said, you know, we've done this fantastic publication, why don't we launch it? And I said, you know, why didn't we think about it? So we set off on that journey, and here we are today. Happy to bring a little bit of that celebration to you. But it's also, let me say thanks, of course, to IIUM, IAIE, for embracing us, for having us today, and for allowing us to spend this little time with you. Without ISDB's Center of Excellence, of course, this product would not be there, and we would not be having this function. So thank you, Samir. Thanks for your friendship. And it's an absolute privilege to co-host this session with ISDB at this ICIEF conference. Colleagues, Islamic finance is an idea whose time has come. I don't think we have done enough to publicize it. And I'll come to that in just a minute. But why is it an idea whose time has come? First, it's the volumes. 4.5 trillion market size, USD, 4.5 trillion USD market size, growing at 11% per annum. That's twice the growth rate of the GDPs of the fastest growing two economies in the world. So it's something to take note of. And then in Malaysia, we are obviously a hub of Islamic finance. We are holding 666 billion in assets under management.
So we are in this country that's kind of a hub of Islamic finance, and I think Islamic finance is an idea whose time has come, just in terms of sheer volume. But that's not all. It's also innovating. It's at the forefront of innovation. When I first moved here and started to read the value-based framework of Bank Negara, the intermediation framework, I was struck by how close it is to the alignment with the SDGs and how much it had foreseen what we espoused in the SDG, the whole SDG conversation. And then, of course, Bank Negara's financial inclusion framework for 2020 to 23 is an excellent piece of work, which I recommend reading because it's an in-depth and thoughtful piece of work, how we bring more people into the financial markets, into insurance markets, into the products that financial markets sell and how they can benefit from them. Not necessarily the high-end ones, but certainly the ones that benefit the less fortunate in society. There's also been, with our sister agency, the UN Capital Development Fund, the FICRA initiative, which is really a startup initiative for financial inclusion. I can keep naming. There has been the ITCAD initiative, which is for micro-entrepreneurs. There is the My Waqaf initiative, which is My Waqaf 2.0, which is an initiative for community empowerment. So what I'm trying to say is that Islamic finance is actually in some sense ahead of maybe conventional finance in finding innovation. So size, innovation. And what we try to present today is a little, in the panel you will hear some, what the professor and his panelists will present is really a whiff of that, of how far ahead, how much progress has been there in the age of innovation in Islamic finance. A word about UNDP then, our interest in Islamic finance. First, of course, as I said, it has a tremendous overlap, synergy with the Sustainable Development Goals. The value proposition of both are remarkably similar. But UNDP is also part of a number of alliances on Islamic finance. The Global Impact Investment Platform, the GFIP, is something that we have been doing for quite a few years now. We've also been with ISDB involved corporately, involved in the Green Sukuk framework, guidance framework, which actually Bank Negara has then taken forward to do a capacity building program for countries that want to issue green sukuk. And it's now playing out in Turkey, Uzbekistan, Pakistan, and a few others are in the pipeline. UNDP and ISDB also recently launched a publication on resilience in Islamic finance, using Islamic finance to build resilience. It's actually called Ensuring a Sustainable Future, Building Climate Resilience to Takaful at the COP28 in Dubai. But also, UNDP has founded or co-founded the World Zakat Forum and the Global Takaful Alliance. All of this to say, there is a lot going on. Even in our own house, it's sometimes hard to keep track. But what I want to end with, colleagues, is what I wanted to start with, is we have to get the word out. And it's not well known enough. It's not the leverage of Islamic finance has not yet been fully tapped. And for that, one thing that we have to do is to measure impact. Impact on the planet, on society, on people. If we can measure impact and tell the story, impact investing, as we call it, then we really have a winner here. That's how we will get the word out. So today's event is a little bit of getting that word out, and I truly thank you for being here, and I look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you, Mr. Niloy. may I request you to remain on the stage? And if I may invite Mr. Samir to the stage again for a photo session. May I invite all the panelists as well to be on stage? Thank you, Mr. Niloy, Mr. Samir, and all the panelists. You may now return back to the seats. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will now continue with the next agenda. I have the honor to invite Professor Dr. Mustafa Muhammad Hanifah, the main author of the Joint Report Innovations in Islamic Finance, to present the key highlights of the report. The floor is now yours, Professor.
Ladies and gentlemen, for attending this session, inshallah. Thanks to ISDB and also UNDP for inviting again. We presented this in Istanbul maybe 2 years ago in 2022, sharing again the report. And alhamdulillah, I got the invitation again from ISDB and UNDP to share what we have done for these innovations in Islamic finance, and we call it the case studies of Malaysia. Actually, we embarked on the case studies on Malaysia first, and then along the way, we were asked to incorporate also Indonesia. So when we completed the study, it is Malaysia and as well as Indonesia. So given the time, inshallah, I will go through as far as possible. So the title is Innovations in Islamic Finance, Case Studies of Malaysia and Indonesia. So basically, we're going to have about 4 case studies. The first one is actually the retail or digital sukuk, or in Malaysia was known as Sukuk Perhatin. It was launched in 2020 during the pandemic. So what was new? What were the innovations that happened in Sukuk Perhatin? That was the first case study. And then the second case study, VBI, value-based intermediation. This is a wonderful project undertaken by IBIM. And of course, with the initiative coming from Bank Negara also. And UNDP and ISDB asked us to look at this VBI for these Islamic banks. And also, probably also the conventional banks. And then the third case study is on fintech and Islamic social finance. Here, we did the Malaysian study as well as the Indonesian. And the last one is only for Indonesia. Case study 4, basically is about Islamic microfinance. Baitumal Wat Tamwil, or we call it the BMT lah. So basically, as mentioned just now by Mr. Niloy and also Mr. Samir, the idea was, how to bring about new innovations during a difficult period, like during COVID-19 pandemic. And then when we study this, we found out that the findings can definitely be very important, useful for the member countries. And they can also formulate some strategic plans for these countries, using, of course, some of the models that this case studies has proposed, and learning each other, knowledge exchange, and very important is how to be aligned with 2030 UN's 2030 agenda for SDGs, and of course also now we have the ESGs. Retail or digital suku. Initially, this was issued in 2020 during the pandemic time. How to overcome this COVID-19 crisis to get more money when everything was shut down, nothing moved. So the Malaysian government launched National Economic Recovery Plan, known as Penjana at that time. And they wanted to raise funds for this stimulus package, or they call it digital sukuk, or in Malaysia was widely known as sukuk prihatin. And then they wanted to use digital mechanism, right, interestingly, to raise, you can see that, to raise about USD 115 million, or half a billion of Malaysian ringgit from retail investors, not from the corporate side, but retail investors. And then within 1 month, you can see that August 2020 to September 2020, it was oversubscribed about 660 million. That was very good. How they did it? Definitely for using the digital rather than going the traditional way. Who were the key players? We had the Ministry of Finance on behalf of the government, okay, acting for the government. And then we have, of course, our Bank Negara Malaysia, the agent on behalf of the sukuk holders, and very important were the 27 distribution banks. The banks played an important role also. Okay, at that time also we couldn't go to the bank to facilitate this sukuk prihatin. And very important is the Bursa Suk Al-Silah, the platform by Bursa Malaysia was also used. Fund distribution, yes. The aim was to get the funds from sukuk issuance, the retail sukuk. What was the target group? What was the focus area? Study subsidized programs for the B40 group, number 1. And then health-related expenditure, especially during COVID-19 pandemic. The idea was how to buy the vaccines. We had to get the money to buy the vaccines. And also special allowance for the frontliners. They played an important job, very important work. And then financial assistance to micro SMEs. Virtually they were dead when the economy was not open at all. Everything was shut down. And very important, when using digital sukuk, do we have the internet coverage, sorry, everything. For the schools, at homes, and especially in the rural areas and all that. So this money came in handy. Success factors, I'll summarize this because of in the interest of time. Government guarantee was there. Digital acceptance, yes, very good, but we have some problems, especially in the kampung areas, the rural areas and all that. And interestingly, this sukuk prihatin, this charity element, even the top 20 guys also subscribe to this. The challenges, yeah, we had a lot of competing investment products, no doubt about that. Very important challenge was the internet access among the rural poor and rural population, and of course the senior citizens. how to buy this retail sukuk. So that was the first case study. The second one, VBI, value-based intermediation. Okay, unique regulator industry initiative. So credit goes to Bank Negara Malaysia and of course IBIM on this initiative, as mentioned by Mr. Niloy. But I think I will not do justice, because in the report, when we prepared the report, it was 2020, 2021. So when I look back, I said, if the IBIM people are here, they'll say, come on, Prof, you're talking about something that we are far ahead. So what I'm going to do today is just look at the journey. The journey actually started for first report, inaugural Islamic banking industry value-based intermediation preview report. More or less, we based there. Our report was based there, more or less. Then the second report came out, value-based intermediation, full report, 2021. We managed to get hold of it by the time ISDB and UNDP said, come on, we are late for our report. So we have something there. But please, if you are looking for VBI, the innovations that IBIM did is all in value-based intermediation report 2022, the latest, but published in last year. But this one is for 22 data. So 22 data means January 2022 to December 2022, how the banks played an important role in ensuring VBI is a success in Malaysia. So now they call it VBI report 2022, emerging to engaging. It's no more emerging, VBI, but sorry, engaging with the stakeholders. Not only the stakeholders, everybody. You'll see that, it's a little bit. So the VBI report 2022 PDF, IBIM, if you want further information. There's a lot of connectivity, with Makkah Sharia and all that. So we have this notion of wealth preservation, justice, and wealth circulation. Okay, so it's in line. These are the enablers. Okay, in the report also it talks about enablers. This report, when you look into 2018, it's already been there, the enablers. I'd like to see this again in the new report if they come out and see what has changed. Okay, but there they had these potential champions. Okay, COP, at that time it was about 16, but now I think there are more than 26 COPs, the banks, the member banks. And then they had this all these strategy paper, implementation guide, sectoral guides, and so on. So based on that, this VBI was had input to all these programs. And then very important is the enhanced disclosure. Enhanced disclosure, corporate value intent disclosure framework, which gave a lot of performance measurement. So in the latest report, they have this performance measurement, and the impact from that, whatever they have. I'll share a few little things. But this VBI, it depends. It is actually very much depends on this underpinning trust. There are four main trusts. First is the entrepreneurial mindset, or good self-governance, community empowerment, and the best conduct, the main trust. So based on this main trust, you can see that is impact-focused disclosure. Disclosure is number one, comprehensive measurement, and in the latest report, they have the measurement, and impact-based. The latest report, they have it. We didn't have it last time. And collaboration, not only with just the government or the other stakeholders, but also the NGOs, the community, and everything. Everybody comes in. And of course, it's inclusive now, the governance. So these are the, I think, let me see. Okay, so first one is the entrepreneurial mindset, or they call it the EM. So the idea is banks supporting SMEs and also startups with Sharia compliant financing, okay? And the funding was given for green SMEs. Green financing was the emphasis. And low carbon transition facilities, LCTF, and sustainable development goals, SDGs, like UN SDGs, to link deposits to facilitate support firms and entrepreneurs. Okay, this is very interesting for entrepreneurial mindset. And they're also, the banks are also into financing sustainable business and finance. As I said, The source is IBIM. Source is IBIM, the latest report. Then the second one is a community empowerment. So there are a number of, I'm just taking, this I took a few, because there are so many there. VBI activities. For instance, public health and education. They already distributed 14 billion ringgit Malaysia for public health and education, the banks. And then financing offered to general customers under affordable housing schemes of 8 billion. And then relief during disasters. We have a lot of disasters sometimes, and even the flood and all that, fire. So flood, COVID-19 affected customers, 11.02 billion. And donations to underprivileged people, about 1.6 billion. In the case of good self-governance, that's one of the trusts. So they have ESG-based partnership, okay? And the MOUs signed were worth about more than 70 million, okay? And then ESG risk management framework, so they have that commitment. And then anti-corruption plan, under this good self-governance, okay, from the banks and institutions like IFIs. Then the best conduct, we see the employees were given staff financing and others of 120 million, training programs for employees 10 million, and charitable activities about 0.87 million. So we see in the report, okay, this is something from the report. We look at each bank's activities. There are many. Like you see Bank Islam, they have microfinancing. iTekat is very popular. Bangkit is another popular program. Sadaqah House, very popular. Everybody knows about Sadaqah House. That's a good branding. When you talk about Sadaqah House, they remember Bank Islam, and so on. SME financing and so on. So Maybank also the same thing. I'm not promoting these banks, but all the banks have already, and in the latest report by IBIM, I think it's wonderful. They've done a very good cases about everything. Now, fintech, all right? Again, I think there's a lot of innovations that are happening in fintech, and then this solely we were looking into fintech, the role of fintech and Islamic social finance. So there are key players there, My Digital, Bank Negara Malaysia, and also Wawasan Kemakmuran Bersama in 2020, how they achieve that, right? So you can see the ecosystem itself is a bit complicated, but when we look at it, it's very good. We say that yes, we need this ecosystem and how is it connected to each other. But when we did the FGD findings to this zakat and also wakaf institutions, it came out that a number of responses, like PBZ, they said that very well received by staff, especially during the pandemic. Online system has been used extensively by zakat payers. So they, in fact, they collected more during the zakat pandemic, very interestingly. And that initiated this fintech into zakat and wakaf institutions. Because of the pandemic, now more of these payers are using this online payment system and all that. So that was good. In fact, ada hikmah lah. Okay? So they use internet banking and all that. That was very good, PPZ. And then cashless technology, okay, is part of zakat policy in Pahang. Okay, Pahang also interviewed, yes, they say yes, it's very good, and then we try to do this thing. Lembaga Zakat Negeri Sembilan, Lembaga Zakat Negeri Kedah, kan, they are actually a bit ahead of the other, what do you call it, zakat institutions in Malaysia. And they're very good, because I think the CEO is very dynamic, okay? So these are some of these impact on the fintech innovation in Islamic thing. But the idea is how to improve transaction processes, reducing costs and errors, and of course monitoring the flow of zakat and wakaf funds. And then you have the prospect is how to use e-vouchers. E-vouchers. I think you'll be confused with the IRB, but e-vouchers applications are other fintech tools that are coming through, and transparency involvement very important. And in Indonesia, these are the key players. Maybe later on we'll listen to this thing whether we are right or not. This one was done by my counterpart in Indonesia, Dr. Rafiki and his team. And these are the key players for this Indonesia. Interestingly, they say that zakat collection in 2021, Indonesia was about 327.8 trillion in 2021. So it's increasing year by year. But according to this OJK, the financial authority, fintech is divided in 3 clusters. P2P, lending, fintech, borrowing and financing, SCF, security, crowdfunding, and fintech non-P2P lending and non-SCF. That's very interesting, you know. That's very interesting how they do it in Indonesia. These are the companies, many companies there, you know, involved in this fintech. Maybe now more. This is actually from the original report, so this one I didn't make any changes there. Problems and challenges, definitely even in Indonesia. The competence and capacity of the Amil Zakat in using fintech was a problem. I think in Malaysia also we have the same problem also. Lack of programs and skills in the Amil, Zakat collectors, and a lack of collaboration or synergy in the distribution. Collect is one part. It's easy to collect using the fintech, but distribution, you know, that's the most, I think PM also highlighted this recently. And the accountability of the Zakat management organizations. So these are some of these opportunities ahead, you know, using fintech in Islamic finance. I think I will skip this. The last one is the Baitul Mal, what Tamil. So this is a BMT. Very interesting here is it constitutes Baitul Mal and also Baitul Tamwil, which means what? Baitul Mal represents the money collection, you know, like Khazanah, okay. But the Tamwil represents the profit motive. So they have two, social and business. You know, I'm not so sure in Malaysia, but we yet to see that. Very nice, interesting model, you know. So we are talking to some of these lembaga zakat and all that. Can we do this? You know, we learn something from Indonesia, alhamdulillah. So the financial intermediary, social intermediary, and also dakwah. The dakwah concept inside this BMT. So it's grown, they said, and flourished throughout the years, and then there are many now, and they're using this Islamic savings and financing cooperatives, using cooperatives also in Indonesia. Definitely Indonesia is very big, okay. So these are the key players, OJK, Kemkotni, and then Basnas, Ministry of Home Affairs and things like that. So these are some of the comments, impact of the BMT, alhamdulillah. But issues and challenges, lack of supervision, imbalance, savings and financing, you know, some governance issues, and also human resource qualification. So we have some lessons learned from BMT, inshallah. And I think, inshallah, given the time, I'll stop here. Thank you very much, and for a panel session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Mustafa. For the benefit of the participants, if you are interested to have a copy of the report, you are cordially invited to visit our humble booth at the exhibition hall. The report is available at both the ISDB and UNDP booth. So we look forward to see you there. Now, moving on to the main agenda of this event, we will now begin the panel discussion on innovations in Islamic finance. Before we begin, please allow me to briefly introduce our panelists and the moderator. Our three panelists for today are Professor Dr. Mustafa Muhammad Hanifah, Professor of Sharia Governance and Sharia Audit of the University of Science Islam Malaysia. We will be joined by Dr. Khairunisa Musari, Assistant Professor of the Islamic Economics and Business Kiai Haji Ahmad Siddiq Said Islamic University in Indonesia, and Dr. Hilmun Izhar, Senior Research Economist of the ISDB Institute. This discussion will be moderated by Mrs. Siti Rosina Ataullah, Deputy Director, Islamic Finance Department of Bank Negara Malaysia. We will also have a short Q&A session at the end of the discussion. Without any...
Today, Islamic finance is about 4 trillion and is about to increase to 7 trillion by 2027. And beyond these numbers, we also have good and interesting development, positive developments that will shape future Islamic finance development. And that is pretty much innovation. And there's a lot of motivation when we do innovation. One, we want to achieve financial inclusion and improve accessibility of Islamic finance. Second is in terms of improving competitiveness, improving in terms of enhanced customer experience when they deal with finance and looking at impact of finance. So there's a lot of motivation. But today, we're going to deep dive in terms of understanding this case study and what we can learn from this case study and what are the challenges confronting us moving forward in advancing Islamic finance. So we have 3 important and very esteemed panelists with me today. One, we have introduced Prof. Datu Mustafa. He's a professor accounting, Sharia governance, Sharia audit, risk management, and various areas. Very, very experts in terms of this area. And we also have Dr. Khairunisa Musari, an assistant professor at Faculty of Islamic Economics and Business at Haji Ahmad Siddiq State Islamic University. And we also have Dr. Hildumun, a senior economic at the ISDB Institute with over 20 years of experience and involved in a lot of Islamic finance initiative at IDB and with other partnering countries. So I've segmented this session into few rounds. We're going to warm up first in terms of looking at understanding in terms of perspective of the speakers. First, maybe we can start with Prof. In 2 or 3 minutes, Prof, I wish to invite you to share in terms of what are the key innovations, developments, and trends that you are witnessing in the landscape today, and any specific area that you wish to spotlight that's very key and important to shape our future Islamic finance industry.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you, Aman. On the good, what you call the developments that's happening, we see that especially in Islamic banking sector, there are a lot of things that happen over the 40 years and how they adopt innovation in Islamic banks. As I showed just now, there are a lot of creative ways doing it. It's just that probably the takaful industry is just moving in slowly, getting into these innovations. I hope they will also jump into that. And then we hope that they also become more innovative and things like that. But when it comes to innovation then, sometimes even the consumers, the customers are the ones that push it. When I see now, I don't know, even I don't use the checkbook anymore. So I don't know whether it's a sunset already now. No more check, isn't it? But it took me some time to use the online banking. All right, it took me some time, frankly speaking. Probably I'm a bit old, so I said, is this true? Is this? The whole problem is innovation is good. When you have this fintech and everything. But when you see the developments that are happening now in the IFI sectors, it's not only technology, but more than technology. Okay, maybe now, is it true that what about for the blockchain? And they say that about blockchain is much better. Because when we see a lot of cases, I'm sorry, because of Banegara, again, a lot of scammers and all that. So when you see a lot of problems there, how are you going to overcome this? Innovation is yes, but can we stop the cyber crimes and all that? That is the issue. If you look, you ask people then around, the banking is very fast. You're going to have e-banking, you're going to have virtual banking. Maybe that's how it's going to work. The brick and mortar will be over. But then the innovation will be there, but at the same time, security. So probably we talk about blockchain, and now we're going to talk also about AI, the study on AI. I have another project with University of Malaya. We are looking into quantum. It's no more digital, quantum. It's quantum technology and quantum computing. We believe that quantum computing is more secure rather than the digital banking and digital computer. So wallahu alam, so we feel that it will change, the landscape will change, it will go on and on, but the question of how much things have been done in this area, and then that's good.
Thanks, Prof. Maybe I pass to Dr. Khairunisa. Any specific areas of innovation that you wish to spotlight on that we need to look into a bit more? So I think this is same questions just to open up and warm up. What are the specific key developments or trends that you're seeing in the market, and is there any areas or innovation areas that we should accord more focus on to shape the future Islamic finance?
Thank you, Sister Sina. In Indonesia today, I think Islamic finance is grow more and more in line also with the more and more universities under Ministry of National Education and under Minister of Religious Affairs open the study program of Islamic finance, Islamic economics, Islamic accounting, management of zakat and wakaf, and etc. Also, we have a Komite Nasional Ekonomi Keuangan Syariah, KNIKS, also is the form of concrete from the government to bring more space for Islamic finance. And after pandemic, many people, many parties also bring attention for Islamic finance, particularly social finance, because this is the low-cost fund for us, especially for government to reconcile the economics. Suku prihatin, kes wakaf ling suku, they came in during pandemics. And today, I think from Indonesia, give great attention for Islamic finance.
Thank you, Dr. Over to you, Dr. Hilmun, in terms of any specific areas of innovation yang you think warranted a bit more focus within the landscape of Islamic finance?
Thank you, Sister Sina. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I think first of all, I would like to extend my appreciation, congratulations on the publication of the report. And I think it has been a great job. And by the way, in my recollection, this was not the first very much engagement, intensive engagement between Islamic Development Bank Group with the UNDP. And in fact, I recall perhaps one of the publications that we did with the UNDP, it was with between Islamic Development Bank with the UNDP Istanbul. And it was probably the first publication, trying to understand the intertwine between Islamic finance and impact investing. And second, I would like to acknowledge the presence of some respected professors and my senior colleagues. We have Professor Kabir Hassan, obviously, Professor Habib, my senior colleague, Dr. Salman, and other colleagues. I think the way I would like to address this question is by telling you some stories in relation to the nature of our organization in the Islamic Development Bank, the way we see the innovations and how we establish our interventions within our member countries. And obviously, given the nature of our organization, being the MDB and the only Sharia-compliant MDB, Multilateral Development Bank, obviously, the way we assess or examine how much we have performed in terms of driving the innovation should not be exactly the same as how you measure the commercial sector or commercial financial institutions, because our peers will be very much different from, when we are talking about HSBC Amana, Hong Leong, and so on and so forth. And within the context of our organization and the nature of our intervention, our peer will be ADB, with the World Bank, and AIIB, and so on and so forth. Hence, we have different platforms or mechanisms through which we have our somewhat intensive engagements. First is what we call as the country engagement framework. And second, we have the platform, namely member country partnership strategy. And please bear in mind, not only we are taking care of the 57 member countries, but also we are also looking after the Muslim minorities in non-member countries as well. And through our experiences and engagement with those countries, taking the example of our late engagement with #1 with Azerbaijan, and then currently we are in discussion with the Euro-Asian Development Bank. And a couple of months back, there was representations from the Muslim community in Fiji. And only a couple of weeks ago, we had some engagement or scoping mission with the Suriname, for instance. What we have realized so far, when it comes to innovation, whether you call it fortunately or unfortunately, and in relation to the grand theme of our conference today, namely the driving the agenda for the sustainable human economy, it has been very much narrowed down into the banking. What has been articulated in a very eloquent manner yesterday and today, I cannot agree more. Perhaps we cannot agree more to that kind of assertion, because unfortunately that has been the fact. And I still recall in our one of the meetings last year, where the ISDB group annual meeting was taking place in Jeddah, we received I think 4 or 5 senators from the United States of America, and they came to us as asking, we would like to establish an Islamic bank. So essentially, they wanted to convert the existing or whatever it is in America of the bank. And one of my thought-provoking questions to them, why do you have to start with banking? So now, in relation to #1, the theme of this conference, #2, the level and spectrum of innovation, it has always been revolving around the banking sector. And we all know this thing. So the way we see in our interventions in the context of Islamic Development Bank, we are not necessarily in engagement or intervention with our member country, but we are there to become the catalyst and also an enabler as well at the same time.
Thanks, Dr. Hilmun. Perhaps I can go the second round with starting with you, Dr. Hilmun. Because you touch in terms of the approach of IDB, and of course with your experience and views when it comes to Islamic finance innovation space and developments in IDB member countries, you have a more comprehensive view. Maybe, I mean, are we doing enough, Dr. Hilmun, in terms of looking at economics and social challenges facing the world today, especially in OIC countries? Are we doing enough when it comes to innovation? And wish to hear your views on this, and what else that we should be focusing and have more broader dimension when it comes to supporting economic and social challenges facing the world today?
Well, obviously, I have to admit this is not an easy question to answer. This is very much difficult, and it can be very delicate. In all honesty, I don't have the answer. Okay, but then if we have been observing the level of innovation taking place within the global Islamic financial industry, I don't want to go into details what was the key components driving the so-called Islamic financial engineerings, starting from the introduction of wa'ad, double wa'ad, and so on and so forth. Let's not go into there. Now the question would be, is this the kind of innovation we aspire to? That's #1. And in the context of the Islamic Development Bank Group, we have such cooperations. We are very much concerned with uplifting the underprivileged. Obviously, this is not something that desirable, so to speak. Hence, the way we do things as well at the Islamic Development Bank Institute in particular is somewhat geared towards more, uplifting and a bit more knowledge solutions and interventions within our member countries as well. And of course, our engagement within the Islamic social finance is there. And in relation to our engagement in the conference now, this is something, if you recall the zakat management principles and awqaf management principle, this is something that part of our concerns as well.
Thanks to that. We can move to Dr. Karunisa. Perhaps we can zoom a bit more in terms of Islamic social finance. There's quite a number of developments happening, and there's a lot of interesting innovations happening in social finance. Perhaps, Doctor, if you can focus more in terms of what type of innovations that we are seeing in social finance, and any key takeaways from the developments of social finance in Indonesia.
today, maybe blended finance can be an opportunity for the trend in the future. And social finance have strategic position for mobilizing fund because, like I said before, Islamic social finance is the low-cost fund, and it's very helpful, particularly for the government as fiscal policy. And I think, but the problem, I think we have no one definition about blended finance. Maybe in case wakaf link suku in Indonesian perspective, blending commercial finance, Islamic commercial finance, and Islamic social finance. OECD also have a definition about blended finance, blending for a private sector and public sector. Prof. Tarula Khan also in his work, in his paper about circular economy, talk about blended finance, also about how blending philanthropies, private sector and public sectors. But this is not just about, we have no one definition, but I think this is the opportunity for us to innovate the scheme and social finance, Islamic social finance, also social finance, other social finance I mean, not from maybe Islamic only, also can be a pivotal tool to eradicate poverty and etc. I think for sustainable development I mean. And this is a momentum also for us to prove about the how rahmatan lil alamin of Islamic finance.
Thanks, Dr. Karanisa. Maybe over to Prof. Perhaps we can focus a bit more in terms of VBI, Prof, which you presented just now as one of the case study. Can we also hear from you, Prof, in terms of, VBI is a very unique but universal and has very close proximity to sustainable SDG, ethical finance. How do we mobilize and better optimize the concept of VBI for better, inclusive and progressive Islamic financial system?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, it's a very good initiative by Bangara and also IBIM on the VBI. The role of Islamic banks, and now they've also incorporated the other banks also to come in and to play an important role in ensuring the success of VBI. I think when we discussed with IBIM also, the idea is not only for Malaysia that the VBI hopefully can be also be adopted by other countries, especially in the Muslim countries. And we can see in the report, there's a lot of things, the impact from these member banks, okay, or they call it COP, Community of Practitioners, coming into the picture. And then it's not only just the profit motive, but rather is when these regulators are also playing a role. So now they have a lot of things. And one thing that I see that, and when I see the journey of it, and then we see the impact of it, they have this, what do you call it, the sectoral impact. So in Malaysia, we have certain sectors. I'm talking about Malaysia, certain sectors. The first one is, of course, we rely a lot on the palm oil. And of course, our neighbor, Indonesia, is the largest exporter of palm oil. And we are now number 2 in the world. I'm doing a project for the Ministry of Plantation and Commodity on palm oil currently. And I can see that the impact. So, inshallah, I think they said there's another report coming out on the sectoral impact on palm oil and gas, manufacturing, services, and so on. But let's talk about palm oil. What about the VBI on palm oil? Okay, that's interesting. So you have to see the palm oil industry. Can they also do other than beside what we have, the normal reporting and all that. In line with SDG, in line with ESG, okay, and global reporting initiative and all that. So, inshallah, I think that will open up, everything to be this thing. Yes, in the case of palm oil, both of us, Malaysia, Indonesia, sometimes we are talking about the standards not being followed and all that. So, but the VBI comes in to help us, we have our MSPO, the Malaysian standard, and then we have the RSPO, the European standard. And then they say that we do not follow the European standard, but we have the VBI. Now we are arguing that with the VBI, then we say, yeah, they're doing a good job, in terms of disclosure, in terms of transparency and everything. So that can be an innovative way to convince the EU, saying that, we are also not harming the environment, but we're taking care of the environment, okay, for matter. And of course, when you look into oil and gas, the whole world, the same problem, in terms of environmental disasters or whatever, okay? And then we look at the manufacturing. We're the only one having a manufacturing sector in Malaysia, although our main export depends on E&E, semiconductor, which is very good for Malaysia, So we're not so sure what's going to happen from the US and the China war, trade war, and then that will benefit Malaysia. So VBI, we're using that as a tool, to say that now we have something where the banks, the Islamic banks, they will also go into not only just into profit motive, but also looking into the other aspect of this thing. Financing is very important. Finance is very important. Where is the financing going to? Green initiative. That's very good. Net zero carbon. So that is also very good. So if they can prove that, palm oil industry, I'm very passionate about palm oil now, because we are doing a project. So that you have to prove to the EU and other things. But yeah, our biggest importer is China and India, So they trust on the MSBO, right? So we can convince them, but not the European, but our export is very little actually. So we have to work on this VBI, and I think IBM is doing a good job. And now they have come up with the impact report, that gives us a better idea, and that's a very good initiative and innovation to me. Wallahu alam. Thank you very much.
Thanks. So we've covered in terms of what are the specific innovation trends. We've covered in terms of what are the specific innovation area that we should look into, and zooming into VBI, social finance. Let's talk about challenges. Perhaps we can go to Dr. Hilmun. Different markets will have different level of stage of development. Even for Islamic finance, we have market that's just starting off, and the our market is already advanced and have a bit more depth in terms of the progress. Looking at all these dynamics and different region needs when it comes to financing solutions, what are the key challenges that you see across these developments, and what are the common ones that perhaps there are ideas that how do we work collaboratively together?
Thank you, Sister Rosina, for the question. Our tendency of coming out with the compartmentalization of our member countries are typically the following. We have number of countries within the Africa region, right? And we are talking about North Africa, the likes of Algeria, Morocco, and so on. And then we have Nigeria, Niger, and we talk about the Indian subcontinent. We talk about Southeast Asia, and then Central Asia. We talk about this tan, right? And for sure, they have different stage of progress and level of development. And when it comes to talking about the level of innovation, let's be mindful that particularly in the Central Asia, in addition to the quite number of African countries, let's not go there yet. Why? Because if we can call it the Islamic financial literacy, it's not there yet, let alone coming out with the innovation, financial engineering, RegTech, SepTech, and so on and so forth. They are not there yet. So in terms of craving for even having the Islamic financial services, this should be prioritized over the other. Obviously, if we talk about the Southeast Asia with the great example of Malaysia, hence we have the Kuala Lumpur Center of Excellence in Malaysia with the hope that it will have a spillover effect in terms of channeling out its strength and vast experiences for other member countries. It's just another ball game altogether. And one of the key challenges that has become the common thread that we have come across so far is resistance to change. Because whether you call it, the very much established, the existing set of ecosystem, not only that, number one. Number two, if we are talking about the economy, we cannot overlook who is driving the economy. Us, human. Going back to the theme, sustainable human economy, I would like to make a plea actually. Just before we came on the stage, I was pondering. Perhaps, I'm not sure if this is going to be controversial, if we would like to set the agenda going forward, we have to really take into account seriously the perspective from the current generation, i.e. the Generation Z, or the millennial generation. And with all due respect, I hardly see those from these generations being on the stage and articulating their ideas and setting the agenda going forward. Because these generations, right, are entirely having, or somewhat different from, of course I'm still young, not that old, perhaps my generation. I'm half hybrid millennial generation, I can claim to be that way, but with all due respect to our elder generations, entirely different. The methodology of the way they process their flow thought is entirely different. The way they see the social and financial services are entirely different. And we have to, I think, grasp and really extract their viewpoint to really understand and setting the agenda going forward. This is perhaps one of the challenges. Because if we still rely upon the, with all due respect, the older generation, the resistance to change is something else.
That's a good call of action. We need more participations of younger generation to start driving innovation for the industry. Over to Dr. Khairunisa, perhaps we can talk about, call to action. How do we better mobilize collaboration between academia and the practitioners in driving innovations?
In Indonesia, in university, we have a program community engagement. Maybe like IIUM have now communiversity in IIUM. Tan Sri Zul, I think, a song about it. In Indonesia, we have a general program for student community engagement, also magang. Secondment. Yeah, secondment. Yeah, secondment to industry, and I think this is the way for university to have relation with industry and also practitioners practicing in the field of Islamic finance in the grassroots. My research promotes about Islamic and tuple helix. In conventional helix, we call there are three pillars: industry, university, and government. And my research showed that in Algeria, in Indonesia also particularly, we can Islamic finance in the grassroots can work just only by Islamic double helix, only through two pillars from social finance fund to help the needy to work and as financing for them. And I think partnership collaboration between like IDB, UNDP, and university also can be something good we have to maintain in the future. And I think we have to know also the activists of Islamic finance in the grassroots, because they who knows better about the characteristics of the needy people. I had project nano finance to know about the characteristics of the ultra poor. We have the treatment for them, the ultra poor, the small enterprises, or yeah, etc. like that, is different treatment, I think, and I think Islamic banking also have to know about that.
Thanks, Dr. Prof. Do you want to add anything in terms of what kind of area collaborations that we can explore when it comes to exploring innovation between academia and practitioners?
Definitely it's very important lah, kan? Academia alone, if you're staying with academia, then I think there's nothing much if you don't learn anything from industry. Okay, but then the industry's expectations are also very high. You know, then when they look into us, they say, do you have this expertise? Do you have the knowledge? Do you have the experience and all that? So that's very important. And that's why I think, yes, very true, you know, in the academia we do research and all that, but it must be relevant to the industry. You know, that's why when we do a lot of things, and in my case, you know, we connect with the industry. And then we bring along the young people, you know, as I said just now, I'm doing one on palm oil, and there's another research with the other agencies, and also zakat, you know, zakat. I'm also sitting in the council of Yayasan Wakaf Malaysia. We do a lot of Wakaf project also lah. You know, so that's why we need that, you know, then definitely then it's win-win situation for the academia as well as the industry. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Prof. I'm mindful of the time, but I really want to open the floor if you have one or two questions to our panel. Yes, perhaps you can share your name, where you're from, and make it brief in terms of your question.
Assalamualaikum. My name is Shamimi. I'm from INSAF. So I think I want to ask one question. So based on my recent, experience with the industry and also now on the academia, so I saw there were gaps between those in the industry and also the bankers itself. I mean, not in the top level, but it's a lower level on the executive. So I think, how do you help this, especially on the society, to make sure that they know that the financial institutions and religious council and the government actually cooperate to help the society? So maybe you can have some sort of idea or maybe your opinion regarding this. Thank you.
I'm open to any of the panel. The professors, okay. Prof?
My reply is very simple. You know, our good example is the VBI. You know, we can see the impact and things like that. You see, without neglecting the society, not only for the shareholders, but you can see that the impact by the VBI. So that is a lot of things. If you go back and you can read the VBI report, the latest report, and they're coming out, as I said, sectoral reports. I'm looking forward for the sectoral reports. We are not involved in that project, but we are looking at the sectoral reports because I want to use that in my other studies and also other kind of things. So very true, you know, existence of the IFIs, existence of these institutions is not only to make profit motive, but more important also for the society at large. Society at large, white students and all that. I think IIUM, they also have a lot of collaboration with the Islamic banks and all that, similar to USIM lah, you know. So inshallah lah. I think the Indonesia do the same also. Dr. Hanisa?
Thanks for that. Any one last questions? Yes, please.
Hi. All right. Sorry, I'm Amirul from the Museum Bank Negara. So I'm just asking in terms of from the public perspective. So for today, we are asking about the innovations in Islamic finance. So my question is there any unique features for the innovations for Islamic finance and also conventional finance per se? Just want to hear your views, because if, let's say, the public ask what kind of this belongs uniquely to Islamic finance. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thanks. Should I pass to you, Dr. Hillman? What are the unique areas that we can sort of like demonstrate when it comes to comparison between conventional and Islamic?
I think there are many, but I think perhaps one of the easiest and practical way to answer that question is in which sector. Because if you are talking about banking, it's one thing. Islamic capital markets is another thing. Takaful or takaful is another thing. And plus now, this so-called philanthropic sector or IFAQ sector, people like to call it social finance sector. It's just, again, we are talking about innovations in which part of the world, Southeast Asia, Indian subcontinents, Muslim minorities, and so on and so forth. And there are numerous, and plus with the introductions of ESG, yesterday one of the chairmen was even making joke, and one of the favorite jokes that perhaps I will keep quoting is the MSG, for instance. Maqasid Sharia, without G or MSG, you remove the gharar, it becomes only Maqasid Sharia. There are numerous things. And, but I think the essence of innovation is not only just for the sake of having innovations. I think that's the perspective that I believe is commonly shared across the board, all of us. I think we have become so much aware, and we began to realize that I think there has been quite something wrong, I think, with how the whole industry has been going on. I cannot name names, but if you recall how the historical evolutions of the global Islamic financial services industry started, in many ways it started with the introductions of through the commercial banking sectors. And we all know that the so-called institutional logic of the institutions is very much Anglo-Saxon based, and hence the financial engineering. And one of the key persons, again, I cannot name names, he literally told me, I think, Hilmon, we made a mistake. We should not have started from Islamic banking. Perhaps if we started from another sector, the shape or the current state of affairs of the Islamic financial industry may not have become what we have been seeing so far.
Thank you, and thank you for the questions. Okay, one final round questions to all panels, a short one. What is your wish list when it comes to having a conducive and collaborative innovation space and environment? In 30 seconds, if you may.
Quick things. I think because in the group, Islamic Development Bank group, we have, and I have personally become involved in some, let's so-called innovation or product developments. I think we have to be very mindful when we are trying to develop something. We have to make sure that we put human, or the agent of the economy, at the very epicenter of the concern. The tendency has become so far, what can we sell, rather than putting the human at the epicenter of the equation. I think this is the only thing that I can see. That if that's the case, then we will come out with something more fundamental and more impactful and to the society, as one of the ladies earlier mentioned.
Thanks. Dr. Karunisa?
Yeah. History always repeats itself. There is nothing really new in the journey of Islamic finance. Prof. Murad Zijakcha remind me about we have to know also about the institutional history of Islamic finance. Maybe now we think that this is something new, this is the innovation, but actually in the past it's existed. And because of that, we have to make Al-Quran and As-Sunnah as the first source of knowledge. And we also learn about the history, because Islamic finance is the journey. And there is no, I think, I agree with Prof. Murad, there is no really new in Islamic finance actually.
Thanks, Prof.
Yeah, the wish list. Again. I mean, there's too many lah. But then innovation still go on. Whether or not we are ready for the changes, we have to change. Change is the only the things. So the idea is, when we look into this, we can come up with a lot of new ideas, innovative ideas. for our Yayasan Wakaf, we just launched also, Wakaf and Takaful, component of it together. And then we're also looking at like ASNB. We have also savings and Takaful. We are looking into whether or not we can do savings, Wakaf, and Takaful, 3 into 1 rather than 2 into 1. Wallah alam. Just to top distinct products that we can come out and then make sure that it is Sharia compliant. Thank you.
Thank you to our esteemed panelists. Bear with me 1 minute. I just want to share 10 key takeaways that we can take from this session. 1, Takaful is an area to explore more in innovation. Innovation focus is just not on technology. We must also look into trust building. There should be some differentiation approach to commerciality in approaching innovation. Innovation should be explored beyond banking to shape a different landscape. Blended and social finance are important tools to be mobilized. Universality of VBI can support sustainability and green agenda. And preceding financial literacy prior to innovation is important. We need younger generations to also shape innovation. We need better collaborations and various programs to bridge between academia and practitioners. And focus on human should be at the epicenter of innovation. With that, thank you everyone, thank you organizer, thank you IDB, thank you UNDP, and thank you panel. Thank you for staying with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Rosina and our esteemed panelists for the exchange of valuable insights. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, as the saying goes, to every beginning there is an ending, and now the session has come to its end. We hope that the session has been fruitful for all of you. On behalf of the organizers, I would like to thank everyone for joining us today in this session, and we apologize for any shortcomings throughout the event. We look forward to seeing you at future events. I now end my duty as the Master of Ceremony of today's event with wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you and see you again.